Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Good evening, or good afternoon, or good whatever time of day to you. Thank you all so much for coming to join me for some more Tactics Ogre. I hope this evening finds everyone well and safe. Yeah, Clark, that is the former national anthem of the former Austria-Hungary Empire. I use it as a sign to my viewers that the stream is about to start. Think of it as sort of entrance music in professional wrestling. But I use it because it has my name in it. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Whoops. Not that. Come on. I had this, the sound turned off while I was doing some grinding yesterday after all of my chores and whatnot were finished. So, Breakfast, to answer your question from Discord, I did have an opportunity to do a little bit of research on that matter yesterday, and it seems as though I will have to assign a custom chat bot to that command. So I'll have to just set up a breakfast bot or something for the express purpose of people being able to time you out for 5 seconds or something. But I'm making progress. Oh, good, Sagari. I'm really glad. Did you play the original? I think I recall you saying you played the original, right, Sagari? I mean, I could make it a secret command, Breakfast. Nobody would know about the bot's presence unless its command were actually used in chat. Oh, you beat the original 3 times. Okay, Sagari. So yeah, then you're having the same experience I did on my first time through. Well, that I'm having on my first time through Royal, I should say. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, but I don't want people to have to, like, I don't want to paywall people to time Breakfast out. That should be a free service, let's be honest. Then again, Dandy Wizard, I guess maybe to prevent it from being overused, maybe there should be some sort of cost associated with it. Because it's funny once in a while, or when he deserves it, but it would defeat the purpose of having him around if everyone were just constantly timing him out for the lols. So yeah, Breakfast, maybe there should just be a cooldown on it. But then again, Breakfast, knowing you, if you knew there were a cooldown, you'd just abuse the cooldown. You can't integrate that stuff with channel points, Neo Shadow, or otherwise I would have done it. Channel points would have been perfect for that. It would have been the only useful thing that you could do with channel points, but you can't integrate channel points with channel bots. Because Twitch doesn't offer that functionality. Hey, Sugar Crow, welcome! Ha! Oh, I'm glad you got one of your favorite personas back, Sagari. Yeah, Mantis Man, unfortunately, channel points do not allow integration with bot commands. Channel points are handled entirely on Twitch's backend. They're handled entirely server side, and the only way that you can interact with them is through the Twitch user interface. Bread and cheese, Clark. Well, The obvious answer there is grilled cheese, but I'm not going to give you just any boring recipe for grilled cheese. Let me give you something, Let me give you something a little bit more interesting and appetizing. Let's see, that's good. Ah, here we are. Let me give you a few suggestions. So, Clark, there we go. Okay, Devilish. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, Sugar Crow, but that's not going to change for me anytime soon. Well, Clark, that was only one suggestion. I have a couple more lined up. I'm just trying to address everybody in chat, which is, Alright, Clark, let's see. Here is something you can do without bacon or corn. And, Clark, if you want to... Like, if you're really literally working with just nothing but bread and cheese... What I suggest for spicing up a grilled cheese sandwich is... First of all, if you can, cook it in a cast iron skillet. Put a little bit of butter in the pan, and let each side of the bread absorb a little bit of the butter. And just heat it up just until the cheese melts. And you can, if you're short on literally every other ingredient besides bread and cheese, as long as you have some spices, you can add some black pepper or some crushed red pepper. And sometimes even a little bit of rosemary or Italian seasoning, if you have it, goes nicely on a grilled cheese. If you have some tomato sauce or like marinara spaghetti sauce or something like that, you can put a very, very little bit of that, like just a teaspoonful, in your grilled cheese and spread it around. You're a poor Canadian, you survive on rice and cheese. Well, Clark, you might avail yourself of learning how to make curry, because curry is a fantastic way to get a lot more mileage out of your rice. I don't think I have, Jtron. Hey, Asherite! Yeah, Asherite, I wish I had realized sooner that it's optimal to level a bunch of people up as one class in this game. I really wish I had figured that out earlier on. Yeah, Decoy, if you want, go for it. Well, no, Greg, it's not. I think it might only be this version of Tactics Ogre Let Us Cling Together that does this. I don't believe the original SNES version or the PS1 version did. But in the PSP version, in this remake, you don't level up each character's Knight or Berserker or Rune Fencer class individually. Like, in this game, you cannot have one character as a level 50 Rune Fencer and another character as a level 5 Rune Fencer. When you level up a class in this game, that class levels up across all characters. Which in some ways is convenient, but in other ways is problematic. Because if you end up using different classes in battle, and one of those classes is very high-leveled and the other classes is under-leveled, then you end up with a situation where the enemies will scale to your highest level class. So if you go into a battle with a level 30 Berserker, 2 level 15 Clerics, and a level 5 Knight, all of the enemies in that battle will be level 30 because your Berserker is the highest level unit that is level 30, and all of your units that are lower than that will get destroyed. So, unfortunately, the game kind of forces either that you level up multiple classes in parallel and keep their levels as close as possible, or that you bring only one class into battle so as to ensure that everyone is the same level. The original way was by character. Yeah, Clark, that's what I thought. I remember a couple of people mentioning that. So in the original versions of the game, it was actually the same as it is in Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't know what possessed them to go with this system in the PSP remake. Yeah, Titan Sparrow, this game was directed by Matsuno. It was made a year or so before Final Fantasy Tactics, and it is directly responsible for the existence of Tactics. Yeah, Asherite, and it's a double-edged sword. If you level really quickly, the enemy will get better gear that you can then take if you recruit enemies, which I was doing early on. It's silly how similar it is to Final Fantasy Tactics in that regard, where in the beginning of the game, if you level up one class to level 50, you can use that class to farm really advanced equipment from enemies by recruiting them, taking their gear, and then kicking them out of your party. Although eventually you get to the point that just by killing those enemies, you find yourself up to your armpits in the gear that they drop, which is where I'm at now. But now I'm at a point in the game where enemies are at max level, and they've just stopped giving me new gear. I've got all of the latest and most advanced gear now that the enemies drop. Which is why I came back to the Pirate's Graveyard yesterday off camera to get my hands on some new stuff. I figured since everybody is already using the Thunder Bows, I should probably make the effort to upgrade them. And I've been looking for equipment that has Augment Lightning. I did go ahead and, off-camera, gather up all of the instruction manuals that I can access at this point in the game, but apparently there are a bunch more I can't access yet that hopefully I will be able to get my hands on by the time we're done with the stream today. Well, Decoy, the plot of this game is pretty much one-to-one reused in Final Fantasy Tactics. Like, it's amazing how many parallels there are. Oh, Haretsu. You mean these. For now, Haretsu, for now. I may go back to using them once I get the instruction manual that lets me upgrade them. But according to the instruction manual list that I was using as a reference, you apparently don't get that until some point in the story I haven't reached yet. And Haretsu, the word R-O-O-D, is just an antiquated term for the, like a physical symbol of the Christian cross. Clark, there are... I mean, have you played Final Fantasy Tactics, Clark? Because there are so many parallels, there are so many elements of the story that are the same. You know, Denim and Kachua as Ramza and Alma. The whole story about Kachua being the princess. Although in Final Fantasy Tactics, I guess there was a separate character for that. There was Ovelia. But then Vice is basically Delita. The Black Knights of Lotus are the Templars, the Church Knight guys from Tactics. The whole thing with the 12 Zodiacs is present in this game, just under a different name. Yeah, Clint, it's an unusually clever little pun by the standards of Japanese localization. Oh, and there's actually an Easter egg in this game that is a direct reference to Final Fantasy Tactics. If you have a unit in battle that dies in battle, like that loses its third heart, and that becomes deceased, there is a chance that that unit's dying words will be, "I blame myself and God." I can kind of see that, Clark, but the political machinations are every bit as present in Final Fantasy Tactics as they are in Tactics Ogre, with the whole thing between Larg and Goltana vying for power, and the church manipulating them from the beginning to install Ovelia. The political intrigue is just as strong in both games. Yeah, that's definitely true, Dandy Wizard. Final Fantasy Tactics only had the one ending. Which is kind of weird now that I think about it. I'm surprised that Tactics came later, and yet... Well, Clark, yeah, there were definitely things about Final Fantasy Tactics that were simplified from Tactics Ogre, but then there were also things that seemed to have gotten more complicated. Like the job system and learning abilities remain pretty much the same in Final Fantasy Tactics, except that in Tactics, you could equip any ability from any job on any unit, which you cannot do in Tactics Ogre. So it became even more customizable in Tactics, and arguably that system became even slightly more complicated. Well, Jtron, it's kind of accurate when you think about it, in that regard. Well, Clint, I haven't seen any of the game's endings yet, so I can't speak to how well they handle it. But it's possible that none of the three endings this game has will let the player fuck it sideways, as you so eloquently stated. It might be that all of this game's endings are just relatively minor variations on more or less the same thing happening, with just maybe some people survive and some people don't. Yeah, Jtron, it's easy to identify with in 2020, isn't it? Did they, Clark? I haven't played Final Fantasy XII. I've only watched a couple of friends of mine stream it, really. I got 20 minutes into that game when it first came out and bounced off of it. I'll tell you what other game they definitely use a lot of systems and ideas from, though, in this game, Clark. Final Fantasy XI. The crafting system in this game is almost identical to the one in Final Fantasy XI. Three paths, but only really two endings. I see, Devilish. Hey, Kajit, welcome! How are you doing? Thank you so much for coming to join us. It's good to see you, Kajit. Are you hanging in? Staying safe? Yeah, Jtron, people seem to either love 12 or hate it. Like, there are fairly few games I've heard of that have such divided fan opinions of them as Final Fantasy XII. Massively simplified from both this and the original Final Fantasy Tactics, Soretsu, yeah. Yeah, Clark. See, I played Final Fantasy XI for, I think, about... God, I want to say 8 or 9 years? But then I got to the point where I just didn't have time to invest in an MMO anymore because, guess what? Bills have to be paid, and somebody has to go to work to pay them. Honestly, Jtron, I would argue that 11 was the start of them not knowing how to make games. Greg, Marcus really loves Final Fantasy XII, but he... Well, if you've been watching his playthrough of it, I don't need to tell you why, but he's been doing a challenge run. You know Marcus, you know how he loves challenge runs, and Final Fantasy XII is no exception. His opinion appears to be that it's too easy if you just play it through vanilla, which certainly he makes it look easy. But he's doing what he calls a new game minus playthrough, which is... I'm not even sure I 100% understand what the conditions are, but I think it's basically not leveling up any additional classes or not making certain character progress. Ryuji, you probably remember better than I do what the exact conditions of New Game Minus are. The thing is, I don't understand Final Fantasy XII's game mechanics well enough to remember what New Game Minus requires. It was the other way around, Clark. Square bought Enix out. And I suspect that might be part of it. It might be that there was too much creative competition after the merger. Oh, it's an actual game mode, Devilish? Okay, that I did not realize. Decoy, Final Fantasy I was fairly challenging. But most people forget about Final Fantasy I because it's so old. Okay, Ryuji, they can't level up. I gotcha. I thought I remembered something like that being the case, that they can't level up. Ah, getting into Warhammer 40k, huh, Kajit? Jesus, Kajit, that's ridiculous. Medical Welcome to America, huh? In the PS4 version, you have to unlock it with a difficult dungeon? But you can use it on PC from the beginning. Okay. Yeah, Chopin, Marcus is so good at coming up with his own challenges that I figured New Game Plus was probably just his idea. Hey, Empress. Yeah, same guy, Jtron. Believe it or not, Breakfast, it did. It was an NES game, which I bought used at a tag sale when I was, I think, 9 or 10? I bought it for $5 that I'd saved up from my allowance. Oh, Decoy, you're talking about the War Mech. Yes, I remember the War Mech. Decoy, Final Fantasy II, I wouldn't call so much genuine difficulty as just horrible game design. Oh, good, Empress. I'm glad to hear that, and good on you for supporting them. Yeah, Clint. When you actually got to see the Black Mage's face after the class change. I miss that Black Mage design, Clint. I don't think they ever used that design for the Black Mage after Final Fantasy I. I think every game after FF1, it was just a more elaborate version of the original Black Mage costume. But I really like the FF1 Black Wizard, where he looked important. You know, he looked like a general with the epaulettes and the cape. Such a disappointment that they never preserved that. He did, Jtron. He looked like a military officer. The FF1 Black Wizard. The Black Wizard design, Sam? Hang on, let me... I can't even find... the original character design. I can't even find an image of the original character design for the Black Wizard from FF1, because everything is just the oh wait, here it is. For some reason... Here we go. This isn't a very good picture, and it's partly cropped for some reason, but... You were already on it. Okay, Clint. Gotcha. I had to tab out of chat to look for it. Thank you, Clint. Yeah, you're the one you found is better than mine. Yeah, Sam, this is the original Black Mage. Clint and I are talking about something different. Click the image Clint posted. Yeah, Greg, it is. It's a sprite. Hey, Kanda, welcome. Thank you so much for stopping in. How are you doing? Yeah, Clint, for ants indeed. Aha! Very good, Mantis Man. I'm glad you got a nice phone background out of that. Alright, let me actually get started here, because I could sit around debating the finer points of FF1 pixel art with chat. For the remainder of the evening, if you guys let me, but... I would actually like to get through the... Yeah, Clark! Would you guess I had to spend it on... Whoops. I had to spend it on a bunch of... Where the hell are they? On a bunch of these, buying them from the shops. Because I needed them for crafting. I needed them because all of the Thunder bows, I upgraded to Indra bows. And there were like 15 of them that needed upgrades, and the orbs are 9,000 each. So things got expensive, and I'm going to have to go earn a little bit more money somehow. Breakfast, it sounds to me as though all you need is a little bit of cheese and maybe a slice or two of tomato and onion, and you've got yourself a nice sandwich there. Well, I'm debating whether or not it's worthwhile continuing to try to get the piece of armor that I came back down here to try to get. Because I spent quite a long time here looking for it. And I never got it. It was supposed to be dropped by a... a Kraken monster down here, but... none of them were dropping it. I think maybe we could just move on with the story and come back here later, I guess. I'll worry about it off camera again or something. Because I hate to do tons of grinding on camera. I don't like making people sit through that. Decoy, a few of you don't mind, but a lot of you do. I appreciate that there are some who don't, but... he's one of the biggest offenders, Clark, yes. You know what I meant, Devilish. So, let's get all this stuff out of the way. Oh, you accuse me of lying, Breakfast, when every time we raid somebody, you're the first person going on and on about how, oh, Spy sent me over here and told me to make bad puns. Alright, what actually is... oh, okay, I think we were supposed to go to Lufa and then Grimsby, weren't we? Huh? Oh, I can't run from this battle? Okay. What is going on here? Archmage Annaberg. Looking for something? You do well to leave while you still draw breath, or you may lose your life before finding what you seek. Oh, alright. Really, Breakfast? Okay, Clint, have a good one. Take it easy. Oh, okay, Devilish, so I should probably do that first, then. Alright, well, in that case... there we go. Oh no, Decoy, that's the worst. Was your team fatigued or something? God, I hate that mechanic. It's just awful. Oh, okay, Devilish, gotcha. Okay, so then we'll go to Grimsby and... And then what, Devilish? Is there a battle at every fortress, then? I thought about it, Clark, but the problem with the winged humans in this game is that they can only use a limited number of basic classes. So the amount of stat boost you can get them on level up is quite a lot more limited than what you can do with normal human units. Oh, that sucks, Decoy. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that's a lesson that game will teach you the hard way if you let it. Yeah, Devilish, it seems to me as though, according to the loot tables I've been reading, the remainder of the crafting manuals that I want seem to come from the dungeons under the fortresses. So I've been waiting for my opportunity to finally be able to access those. I'm glad it sounds as though I'm finally going to be able to. Nah, Clark, I like the fact that they can fly. It's just really unfortunate, and it limits their usefulness that they can't use most of the same classes that the non-winged humans can. Welcome to my world, Decoy. Frankly, it sounds like you might even be in a little deeper than I am. Yeah, Devilish, I went to Farampa Wildwood, and I got all of what do you call them? Enchiridions, I think? I got all the Enchiridions from Farampa. So that's one less massive chore to do on stream. But looking at the loot tables here, it looks as though getting the instruction manuals from the temples might be just as big a chore, if not even bigger. But it sounds like the temples might also have some storyline significance or dialogue or something, which Farampa did not. And I don't want to miss any dialogue. Anything story-related I absolutely want to do on stream, so it might just be that we have to just live with going through all the temples on stream. Breakfast, what does a DSP run even look like? You get 5 hours into the game and then rage quit because it's too hard? Yeah, Decoy, her voice actress really phoned it in. Zero enthusiasm. I don't know, Decoy. I've never seen Marcus play SMT3. Holy hell. Well... but I hate that the AI does this. No, Devilish, I was thinking here it was something like a cross between an enchilada and I don't even know what else, actually. Oh, okay, Decoy. Yeah, the problem with the SMT mainline games, Decoy, is... And I mean, I guess this problem exists even with the Persona games, the newer ones, that the protagonist is perpetually one Mudo spell away from a game over. And at least the newer Persona games give you things you can do to mitigate that fairly early on. But in the SMT series, like the mainline SMT games, no, you figure out how to survive for half the game without any dark or light resistance. Good luck, idiot. Yeah, Clark, Nocturne is a pretty complex game. Although, I guess the newer Persona games don't necessarily get any less complex than that. Honestly, Persona 5 might even be more complex. Because the mainline SMT series never had any of the social link stuff. That's an entirely new system as far as Persona goes. But I guess the SMT series proper had other stuff instead. They're good games, Clark. If you ever feel compelled to try out any of the Persona games, I would start with Persona 5 Royal, because it is by far the most forgiving, and it has the best quality of life. And then if after that you feel like you're ready for something a little bit more, shall we say, retro, and somewhat more lacking in the QOL, you could work your way backward. Yeah, Sam, they appear to have added equipment like that in Persona 5 Royal. There's armor now that prevents insta-kills from dark-type attacks. I haven't gotten anything that prevents them from light attacks yet, but... Granted, in the Persona games, especially in Persona 5 Royal, from what I've played of it so far, it's a simple enough matter just to fuse a Persona that has null dark and null light. Oh, well, if you're talking about Nocturne specifically, Clark, there's a reason they left the original Japanese names, which is that that game is supposed to be set in Tokyo. I mastered time itself, but I could not stop my own time from coming. Well, rip. Yeah, Decoy, but the insta-kill attacks for those elements still exist. And in fact, they existed in some of the earlier games as well, Decoy. As early as Digital Devil Saga, and I think even in Persona 1 and 2, the dark and light elements were not just instant kills. Alright. Yeah, Decoy, I think they have modified success rates when enemies use them. Which is ridiculous. I hate when games do that. When the game gives the enemy a spell with the same name as the one the player gets and the same animation. And it's like, yeah, no, everyone can use status magic. But actually, it only works when the enemies use it. I hope so, Jalapeno. I really hope we get a definitive edition of P3 with P5 level quality of life. It's anybody's guess what Atlus's priorities are anymore, though. It seems like there's some internal conflict at Atlus between the community level, like the community management level and development level staff, and the upper management and shareholders. Ah, you're a trophy hunter, huh, Clark? If you don't mind my asking, Clark, you say games have been ruined for you. Why is that? Did you have a bad experience, or did you just play a game that was so good that you can't stand to play anything else? Started it in Atlus's games, Decoy, or just in general? Because I'm pretty sure that was happening in other games before SMT, if. Teatro, do you mean you're going back to the older games after having played Persona 3, 4, and 5? Because, yeah, that'll definitely be frustrating. Like, the old SMT games were, I feel like, in many ways, almost designed to ruin the player's day. Just really deliberately trolly design choices. Oh, okay, Decoy, gotcha. Oh, they added the smirk system from Persona 1 and 2, Decoy. Okay. I believe that was originally only something that certain bosses could use in Persona 2, wasn't it? Like, that was something that the Jokers did, if I remember correctly. Hey, Adam's Art, welcome! I am well, thank you. And yourself? Yeah, okay, Decoy, that's what I thought. I thought it was a reference to Persona 2. Yeah, Breakfast, it does. It's funny you mention that, because I've always loved when, in games where it's really important for you to have lots of money, there's a mini-game of some kind that just spits out money. Like the casino in As Your Dreams. Or in Pokemon, for that matter, actually. Ah, very good, Adam's Art. Well, I'm glad you're still getting commissions, given the times in which we live. I'm glad business is still active. Well, Jtron, some more so than others. I tend to think of the roulette game in Alundra as one of the more difficult ones to exploit. You can exploit it, but it's trickier. Yeah, Decoy, I almost... If Persona 5 Royal weren't already so easy, I would almost feel compelled to say, wouldn't it be cool if they brought back the smirk system in P5? But we really don't need it in P5R, because of all the new systems that they've already added that make the game easier. Hey, Hazard! Decoy got, at P5 got fantastic upgrades in general. People keep on, telling me how horrible the Okumura boss fight is now, but I haven't gotten there yet, so every change I've seen up to the point I'm at has been positive. Good, Adamsart. I'm really glad everything is going okay for you. I'm glad that you're able to continue making ends meet. I'm glad somebody remembers that little joke, Haretsu. I'm glad somebody appreciated it enough at the time to carry something away from it. Yeah, maybe so, Decoy. Maybe so. Alright, let's see. What have we got? 12 people, huh? Yeah, Teatro, even on hard mode, I feel like enemies in P5R die pretty quickly. Spit it out. Where's the salvage? Oh, there's Martim. I am going to enjoy killing him. It was bandits took it, I told ya. Lyndall Fusilier. Oh, is this finally going to be where I recruit the Fusilier class? Because you're a greater fool than I thought if you expect me to believe that. Not fool enough to cross you, my lord. I'd have to be to go selling your cargo out from under you. Oh, great father who looks down upon us, this man lies to me. Yes, he was paid handsomely, but now he hides our own property from us. Philaha on high, have you no mercy in your benevolent heart for this poor sinful... Oh, really? You're doing this? What? You would have me pass judgment upon him? I see. Great father, though I am but a rough thing, a cast-off from your design, this I do for you. Pretending to commune with God. Kill him. Hold, Martim. Let him go. Oh, thank you, great paragon of righteousness, for showing up at the least opportune moment. Help! They mean to kill everyone who dove for that ship. Everyone. Your lips flap too freely. No matter, you can tell him all you want in hell. Yeah, Devilish, of course he freaking does. But actually... Nifrit sword? Sword with a jade blade imbued with the essence of befouled water. Great! It's the sewer water sword. I'm sure he's not going to drop it when I kill him, but... Actually... Since we do have the high ground here... Since we do have the high ground here, this is probably going to turn out to be a terrible mistake, but... Let's see if the AI can handle not letting this idiot die. Okay, I think I'm going to like the Fusilier class. Oh, great. And he runs closer to the enemies now. The fact that you don't get manual control over guest characters in any of these games is the worst. Fortunately, though, it looks like we might be able to reach these enemies and get rid of them before they can kill him. Because they're just wasting their turns healing each other now, so... Yeah, we might be okay. Actually, though, while we're at it... They basically are a decoy. It's just a team of 12 archers at this point, which unfortunately ends up being the best way of handling battles like this. When you're supposed to keep a brain-dead NPC from charging into a group of enemies and suiciding. They did decoy, but he, at the very least, seems like he might be durable enough to survive one or two more hits. He better be able to, anyway. Actually, it looks like there's only the one archer left. And Mardim's Spirit Surge is doing peanuts for damage. So I think we might be okay. Hey, Radley! Mantis Man, if you're talking about the grimoires, the spell scrolls, they basically sacrifice the user's turn in order to have a chance of granting anyone in the target area an immediate turn. So it's basically, you give up one turn for the potential to get as many as 5 immediate actions before any other units on the map get to move. They're super, super good. Ah, Chopin, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Sometimes it's nice just not to have to cook. Yeah, Mantis Man, it has probably, in actual practice, only about a 50% chance of hitting. Bah, you'll all pay dearly for this one day. Oh, okay, well, of course he's gonna run like a little coward. But we win. But yeah, Mantis Man, if it actually works, it's really powerful. And you can just buy them at a shop. Granted, they're expensive, but... Damn it, and then the Fusilier class gains 4 levels, which I wish it didn't. Thank you, good sir. I am Lyndal of Balbeda. No need to thank, it is our duty to repel the Dark Knights from this land. What was Mardim about, anyway? What did he want of you? Ah, ever heard of a weapon known as a fusil? I've seen one, yes. Barbas accidentally shot one of his own soldiers with one. It was taken from a galley sunk in the waters not far from here. Neither Valeria nor Zenobia, nor even Lotus possesses the means to make the fusils. They're all of them crafted in the land of Balbeda, my homeland, across the waters to the south. They were to fetch a fine price, but our cargo was lost when our galley foundered in a storm, gone beneath the waves. The Dark Knights led the effort to retrieve the fusils. All that had been gathered up till this past 7 day had already gone to their keeping. But last night, bandits fell upon us and stole what we've gathered since. Thus Mardim's wrath. A fool's wrath. Killing me won't get back his fusils. Not that such trivium would stop a man like Martin. With us here, your life will continue to be in danger. Oh, I was in danger long before you arrived. You see, fusils are a different breed of weapon than your common sword or bow. It takes someone knowledgeable in the weapon's workings to wield it, a fusilier. Now I'm the only one who remains, and they're afraid I'll join the resistance. A clever twist to fate's skein that they've driven me to you, eh? If my choice is to work for their lot or fight for Valeria's freedom, well, that's no choice at all. Besides, I doubt us meeting here was chance. What do you say? If you fight for Valeria, how can I refuse? That's the spirit. You'll not regret this. Yes, Mantis Man, you can. Oh, good. We got a Fusilier's mark. Excellent. And we got Lyndall. Oh, you want suggestions for what to do with a rotisserie chicken out of the box? Okay, Titro, enjoy! Have fun, and thank you for stopping in. Yeah, Chopin, absolutely. Actually, Devilish, it occurs to me, I think I might have missed a skill manual in that battle, because going back and looking at the loot table, in the battle with Martim and Lyndall, the fusil is dropped by the neutral Terror Knight Templar, who starts the battle in the middle left area of the map. Lyndall is directly facing him when the battle begins. So I did miss a manual. It's a good thing that I saved before that battle then. Because I wish I'd remembered that a little bit sooner, but at least it's only one battle. Yeah, Sam, I do have some. Let me address, Chopin's recipe request, and then I'll get right to you, Sam. Okay? Yeah, Haretsu, they are. I have a feeling I probably could have gone back using the world system and gotten it, but I don't want to wait to get it, because I want to actually try out Fusilier. And in order to be able to make weapons for them, I need that manual. Alright, Chopin. Chopin, let me give you some simple ideas. Let me give you, first of all, let me give you a couple of suggestions for sandwiches, Chopin. I think you're going to appreciate this. So, Chopin, you could try that, or this. These are recipes for buffalo chicken grilled cheese. Let me give you some other ideas as well, since we were talking about grilled cheese earlier. And Chopin, if you like, Here, let me give you a really nice one. A rotisserie chicken will work nicely for recipes like these as well. That one, and this one. They do, don't they, Empress? Let me give you one more of these, Chopin. And what else could we do? You've got sandwiches, you've got pasta. You could, oh, I see. I've got an idea. Here's one that you could do that I think you'll probably also really like. This is for enchiladas. Hey, Waltz Queen, welcome! Great to see you. Congrats on your gift, Waltz Queen. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that. I not appreciate. English. I'm happy for you. And hello, Windy. Welcome. Huh, maybe you did, Chopin. I hope at least one of them was helpful for you. All right, Sam. Sam, what was it you needed? You wanted just tips on understanding the battle system? It's pretty much the same way that... Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting a tier 3 sub to Waltz Queen. Welcome back, Waltz Queen. Tips on the battle system. Sam, how familiar are you with Final Fantasy Tactics? Breakfast, holy hell. That was a generous gift, thank you. Now I can say I really appreciate it. Okay, so the guy I need to kill is... Neutral Terror Knight Templar. I think it's this guy. The middle left area of the map. Lyndall is directly facing him when the battle begins. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's, yeah, it's gotta be this guy. Because this is a mage. Okay. Yeah, Sam, the most important thing, like the single most important thing, Sam, is down here. The bar at the bottom of the screen there is the turn order. Always, always, always pay attention to the turn order. Because the turn order shows you what unit is going to move next in order from left to right. And Final Fantasy Tactics had something similar, although in Tactics, it was a separate menu that you had to pull up in battle to actually read it. It was actually less convenient in Tactics. It's better designed and integrated here. Oh, yeah, of course you're on your third playthrough, Devilish. I know you started this the same time I did, but you're way ahead of me now. So, Sam, first of all, the turn order is the single most important thing. Another thing is... And let me set everyone to manual control this time, so I can demonstrate some stuff for you. Okay. So, Sam, the second most important thing for you to be aware of is that the Archer is the most overpowered class in the early game anyway, but even all the way into the late game. Bear in mind that you'll have to keep your movement and attack range in consideration at all times, Sam. Oh, okay, Devilish. Sam, elemental weaknesses aren't really a thing in this game. There are elements that you can use to attack, but it's extremely rare for an enemy to have unusually high resistance to an element. Mantis Man, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Windy. Holy hell, Mantis Man, congrats on your first gift sub, and Windy, welcome back. Thank you so much. I think now that's both of your accounts subbed, Windy. So Sam, elemental weaknesses aren't normally a thing in battle. It seems to me that they're only a thing when you make them a thing. Like, Sam, let me show you, right? Let's look at Denim's equipment. So, right now, Denim has a lightning elemental bow. The bow gives him 1 level of the Augment Lightning skill. And when you hit an enemy with an arrow from this particular bow, it will sometimes inflict them with a status ailment that lowers their resistance to lightning. In situations like this, you can give enemies a temporary elemental weakness and then exploit it. So basically, the build I've got going on all my archers right now is I have them set with the Augment Lightning skill, which you have to have set. In order to get any benefit out of Augment Lightning skill on weapons, you have to actually have the skill set on the character. So if I didn't have Augment Lightning set in Denim's active skills, I would not gain any additional benefit from the Augment Lightning on his weapon or his armor. But elemental builds seem to be really important in the later game once you gain access to different ways of boosting them up, where basically what happens is this bow, when you use it in battle, it will automatically cast a spell that gives you additional lightning damage on your attack, on top of what the bow already has. So you get a couple of levels of Augment Lightning from the bow and your gear and your skill. You shoot the enemy with an arrow and it gives them the temporary lightning weakness. And then your Instill Lightning effect deals additional lightning damage to them. So basically, elements in this game seem to be more useful for giving enemies temporary weaknesses and then exploiting them. Waltz Queen, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Acrobatic Ballerina. That's that's a pretty solid username. Hello, Acrobatic Ballerina. Welcome. Subs only. Fair enough, Waltz Queen. Yeah, Windy, people don't tend to last long around here without that badge. That much is for sure. Sam, another really important consideration is buy all of the crafting manuals from the shop as soon as you possibly can. Because even the early game crafting manuals will enable you to craft certain equipment that is really powerful. Early on, you're especially going to want the linen slops +1, the bronze helmet +1, and for your archers, maybe some +1 balder bows or crossbows when you have access to them. Yeah, Windy, I guess you were AFK when I mentioned it, but I think both of your accounts are subbed now, aren't they?
Lord Wind's blessing upon me.
Mantis Man, thank you so much for gifting another sub to Animus Eternal. Jeez, guys. And one more thing I would add, Sam, is if you want to gain the most out of leveling up, I recommend leveling up everybody as the same class. So, like, make a party of 6 knights or 6... Honestly, I would start with a party of 6 archers. Or however many archers you're allowed to bring into battle. And just level everyone up as the same class, because that way the maximum number of people in your party at the same time will gain the permanent stat boosts from leveling up. Neo Shadow, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Binary Fireball. That's correct, Jake. For better or worse, and it is better in some ways and worse in others, this game, or this version of this game rather, because the original versions didn't do it, but this version uses a character progression system where leveling up a class on one character will level up that class on every character. And since you can't de-level a class, you only have one opportunity to get the permanent stat boosts by leveling that class up. So you want to make sure that you level up as many units as possible on a particular class at the same time, so that all of those units get the stat boost. Yeah, funny thing, Regita. I do too. Another thing to bear in mind, Sam, when you're using bows in particular with your archers, is that the shot range that's displayed is not necessarily the shot range you can actually achieve. Height difference does come into play with archers, not with crossbows. Crossbows can only fire within the exact range that the yellow squares display. But with a bow, if you're on even ground, you can actually shoot 1 or 2 squares outside the range that's shown. Like if you see this Templar in red over here, this guy is 1 space outside my range. However, I can still reach him. And the higher your archer is above the target, the more of that extra phantom range you get. But the lower your archer is beneath the target, the less range you get, and you can actually even end up not being able to reach units that are shown to be within your range if they're high enough above you. Yeah, Sam, height difference is important with archers. Oh, and actually, Sam, the elemental affiliation stuff that you were asking about before, it also is really important for mage characters. Like, if you're going to give a mage the dark magic ability, you absolutely need to make sure you give that mage the augment darkness skill, and try and equip gear on them that boost the damage of dark attacks. The same if you're going to use lightning or earth or whatever other element. Make sure you equip that mage with augment lightning or augment earth, and try your best to give them abilities that enhance those skills. Damn it, just barely short. Yeah, Sam, there is a skill called Trajectory for archers and any other ranged class that if you equip it, in my opinion, it's a waste of a skill slot once you learn how ranged attacks in this game behave. But early on, while you're still learning the systems, the Trajectory skill is really helpful because it will display essentially a trajectory marker indicating the path that your arrow or crossbow bolt will take. No, Log, it's just on hold. I'm just taking a brief break. All right, Binary Fireball, have a good evening. Take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping in. All right, I want to take out as many of these other guys first as I possibly can. Will this kill him? No, it won't. Okay, so we can... There we go. I guess, Sam, another useful piece of advice I would give you is to practice using the Chariot Arcana. The Chariot is the system that lets you step back and undo turns. Because, especially when you're trying to gather items, it's really important to make use of the Chariot in order to get enemies to drop items rather than cards. Oh no. Dead. Oh good, he actually came to us. Perfect. Which I actually, Sam, I'm probably going to end up having to do here, is to save scum the drop from this guy. Oh, maybe not. Wow! Boy, Fusilier doesn't mess around. Alright, I bet we can reach... Yeah, we can. Later, idiot. Can we petrify? No, of course we can't. Well, at least they're not going for Lindel. Well... He is, but his attacks are doing crap damage, so... Another thing, I guess, to be aware of, Sam, while we're talking about the environment, is most units can only traverse certain types of terrain. Regular humans, other than certain classes, normally cannot, okay. So yeah, we do have to go back then. Damn it. Certain units cannot walk through water, for example, and even some of the ones that can will incur an extra movement cost by trying to walk through water. I can give you an example here, actually, as well, which is that you see how when I select the terrain, down here in the lower right corner of the screen, it will show you a melee and a ranged accuracy modifier. Standing on certain terrain types can actually affect how accurate your attacks are. So, this is important to keep in mind as well, that the type of ground a unit is standing on will have an impact on the accuracy of your attacks. Can we reach him? I think we should be able to. We sure can. Oh, her. Okay. And I think we should be able to reach this one, too. Yep. Alright, now I need at least 2 units to get turns out of this. No? Okay. Honestly, Acrobatic Ballerina Final Fantasy Tactics has most of these same systems. The only one it doesn't really have is the accuracy modifiers based on terrain type. But what it does have, which is the same as this game, is some terrain types have a higher movement cost. Like, if you're on swampy terrain, the movement cost for walking across a swampy tile is increased to 2 rather than 1. And the weather on the battlefield also is important to bear in mind sometimes. Stormy weather, especially if it's raining, or especially if there's a thunderstorm, ranged accuracy will be decreased. So in the rain, your archers will miss more often, but enemy archers will also miss more often. And there are 2 items that you can use. I think they're called the Horn of the Savage and the Coral Harp. If you have the Field Alchemy 2 skill, you can use them to manipulate the weather on the battlefield at will. You can either make it stormy or sunny. So if you're up against a group of enemies that has a lot of archers, and your team is mostly melee focused, you can summon a storm using those items and ruin the accuracy of the enemy archers. Now, unfortunately, this is one of the things you're also going to have to get used to doing, which is chariot scumming a particular enemy for a drop. This guy right now only seems to want to drop cards. I need to manipulate the RNG and advance the game's internal counter by differing increments until I get an increment that causes him to drop an item instead of a card. And unfortunately, more often than not, the game is very uncooperative when you're trying to do this. Okay, Decoy, good night. Go get some rest. Have a good one. This is one of the biggest problems with this game, is that it is so tedious. There we go. See, the thing is, though, in Final Fantasy Tactics, it's almost worse, because Tactics does not have the... Whoops. It does not have the chariot system that lets you undo a turn and redo that turn in a different way. There we go, that's what I was looking for. Okay, now we can finish the battle. But before we do, I think we're going to kill the few remaining enemies on the field. Because they're all bad people and they deserve it. Oh, you know what? Denim actually has a weapon skill ready to go. Might as well dump it. Or as we used to say in Final Fantasy XI, pop it, don't drop it. Time to burn, idiot! Okay. That actually isn't what I meant to do. I meant to use Flaming Blast. Yeah, parry this, asshole! There we go. Later, loser! Yeah, that sounds about right, Ovan. 30 copper oberiths. I would say that's not bad if copper oberiths were actually worth anything at this point in the game. Okay, we've seen this scene already. And Lyndall would like to join, so we will absolutely take him. Now we just need to arrange a nice spot for him in the roster. And assign him his very own ID number. All right. Still, we can't buy Damask crossbows from the shop. Ugh. Alright. What could I sell that's actually worth any money? Almost nothing. Most of the weapons I have here are not worth any money at all. Usually ends up being mostly armor that you sell, because yeah, enemies seem to drop armor much more frequently than they drop weapons. And some of the spare armor is worth a little bit of cash. Yeah, these I got in the pirate graveyard. And the loot table said there was supposed to be a body piece for this down there too, but the enemies that were supposed to drop it refused to do so. Oh, Sam, that's another important thing I would tell you, is you're going to come up pretty short on money for most of the game if you don't do any random battles. The best way to get money is to recruit enemies, take their equipment, kick them out of your party, and then sell the equipment you don't need and keep what you do. Because you do not get money from random battles in this game like you do in Tactics. You have to either get your hands on the Ogre coins and sell them, or you have to get your hands on equipment and sell it. And also, Sam, do not sell your silver Oberiths. You need these items for skill scavenging, which is when you recruit a rando enemy unit that has a pre-leveled skill you want, and then you deliberately kill it 3 times till it loses all of its hearts, and then you can sacrifice that unit's body to give its skills to one of your existing units. And in order to do that, you have to pay a silver Oberith. Or rather, a silver Oberith is consumed when you perform the skill scavenging. Yeah, more or less, Ovan. Alright, okay, so we got the Fusel manual that we need. Let's check. Kind of, Jake, yeah. Alright, what do we got? The Bandits of Namrahava. There have been a number of raids on caravans near the town of Grimsby on Legat, known as a center for trade. Grimsby has long fended off bandits with the fortifications built across the town, but now raiders are said to attack from the sky? The bandits are believed to be camped in the Namrahava wood outside town. Fortress is under siege. Valeria has a thriving sea trade, and many fortresses have been built to protect its ports from enemies. During King Dorgalia's reign, soldiers of the Kingdom of Valeria were garrisoned at each fortress, but since the kingdom's downfall, they've been manned sporadically at best. This has led to an increase in pirates, bandits, and army stragglers capturing the fortresses for their own use. Gecko Fortress on Benekunga fell into pirate hands just the other day. As Gecko is south of the prominent trading port of Grimsby, merchants there are anxious to see the pirates routed from the fortress as soon as possible. Okay. Is known to all who sailed... Okay. After his daughter was slain in battle, he put his plundering days behind him. He went on to lead a life of debauchery at Port Omish until the ravages of war compelled him to take up his blade once more. He led Denham into the depths of the pirate's graveyard and revealed the secret of its treasure. Boy, this guy looks like an English soldier if I've ever seen one. Jonathan Torgo Lindell. Like an actually somewhat normal name. A young warrior hailing from the southern continent of Balbeda, who has trained in the use of fusils made there. He came close to defeat at the hands of the Dark Knight Martyrdom of Grimsby, or at Grimsby, but he was saved by Denham. He journeyed to Valeria to purvey the sophisticated weaponry of his homeland. The guns made there can inflict terrible damage, but require training to use, as they are vastly different from more traditional weapons. Too elaborate to make in large quantities, they are sold for princely sums. Or crafted, now that I have the manual. Okay, I guess that's it. Oh, okay, so there are now 2 new locations. There's Gecko Fortress and Namrahava Wood. We'd probably better save. Well, what should we do first? Actually, let's try the Namrahava Wood. The idea of bandits attacking from the air is interesting to me. I wonder what might be going on there. Oh, 12 people, okay. A recruitable enemy with a slightly annoying requirement. All right, Devilish. What's the requirement? Is it just get the enemy's HP below 10% and they retreat? Is it another one of those? Because I think we can manage that. I think we can just punch him if need be. Get him to... Oh, Gamp! Okay. Get him to 10% without killing any of the griffins. Alright. I recognize you, lad. What business have you out here? I might ask the same of you, Gamp. Who'd have thought you were the bandit thorn in Grimsby's side? You took me friends the way you did, made me very... I didn't even kill them! Really? The story treats them as though they're dead? That pisses me off. I didn't want to kill them. Ugh. Okay. Boys, get out here! The younglings will make this ground your grave. All right. Oh, actually, I'm gonna have to be careful because it looks like those griffins might just end up standing on polluted ground and killing themselves if I let them. Empress, I don't think it was so much a bug as just an oversight. Oh, come on. Fine. Alright, so I'm just gonna have to make absolutely sure. Alright, well, whatever. I'll take that. Just gonna have to make absolutely sure I don't crit him to death. I think I might still have some Coruscate shot that I can use to deal damage to him at really low health. Let's see. I do. And these will do a small handful of damage. Well, Empress Moth, we talked a little bit about this during the previous stream, but in games like this, these isometric tactical RPGs where there is any kind of ranged class at all, the ranged class almost always seems to end up being just stupidly overpowered, because in a game where the object is to deplete all your enemies' health to 0 while keeping your units as much as possible out of harm's way, a unit that can deal tremendous amounts of damage to enemies from a distance at which it is invulnerable to attack is pretty much the only unit you should ever use. Well, Sokar, I mean, yes. Yeah, not only that, Celia, but the fact that bows in this game, in a comically unrealistic twist, bows enable you to lob arrows over objects, and in some cases almost shoot around objects in order to hit enemies that are, like, on the opposite sides of walls. Oh, Ballerina, you mean the ninja ability? The dual-wield one? I don't doubt that it is. I have leveled up ninja, but I have yet to actually try out dual-wield, because I only leveled ninja for the stat boosts. Bah. Yeah, Haretsu, it was the same in the original Final Fantasy Tactics, where if you leveled up a unit as a knight, and you learned all of the equipment break skills and the stat breaks, you could then slap the break skill command set onto an archer, and you'd have an archer that, from halfway across the map, could break an enemy's equipment, break its weapon, break its accessory, lower its stats. It's one of the reasons I love Final Fantasy Tactics, because there was so much interesting synergy between the different classes and their abilities, but boy, did it ever create some dominant strategies. No, that is not what I wanted to do. Oh, we've got to get rid of this cleric. Because... oh, okay. Or we could just shoot the tree. That's cool. Maybe we'll just get rid of the lizard man. Well, Hazard, because theoretically you're not supposed to get that job till very late in the game. Granted, as soon as you get to the battle where you have to rescue Argith, as soon as you have access to that map, you can just grind job points on that map until you do unlock Calculator. I wouldn't know or anything. I've never done that before myself. No. If I crit Gamp, he is dead. So what I'm going to do instead is we are going to create an in-battle save. Yeah, Hazard, and then if you set your calculator to AI control and set them to attack an enemy, the AI as the calculator is one of the few useful AI settings in that game. It will actually, a calculator with black magic, or better yet, a black mage with math skill, will automatically calculate the best way to wipe out every enemy on the map with like a CT5 holy. It is just bonkers watching that build in action. He doesn't acrobatic ballerina, but if I can get him to hang out on the poisonous tiles for another couple of turns, his HP will just fall below 10% anyway. So he's got 368 HP. So I'm going to have to get him down below 36. So let's see if a Coruscate shot... 11. Yes, perfect. And yeah, Piranha Guppy, archers in this game are actually subject to some semblance of an attempt at physics. Now, the only thing is, I just want to make sure I don't reduce his health so much that the poisonous moss kills him on the next turn. But I think one more Coruscate shot should do it. There we go. I always keep a few of those things around for this reason. Sorry, boys, I'm not long for this world. You've served me another bowl of the weak broth of defeat. Burn me, boil me, whatever you like. But not the younglings. Me boys are innocents. I'm the bad egg, the rotten core of the apple. Punish the man and spare the child. You mean what you say, Gamp? You tell me what you want, you got it. I'm good from your word. I'll hold you to that, then. You've a fine master, younglings. Gamp, you're with us now. I'm making you join the Resistance. Let's see if you can take care of a country as well as you take care of those creatures. What's this now? You're making a friend of Gamp? Ah ha ha! If this ain't a plum in me puddin', I was trying to kill you, boy. You sure you want me around when you set camp for the night? You're just another victim of this war, Gamp. One of the Hierophant's pawns. I'm giving you the chance to use your talents for something worthwhile. Well, that's downright kind of you. You make a man feel almost human. Oh, that's sweet. I appreciate that. Yeah, Gamp doesn't seem like as bad a guy as maybe he seemed in the beginning when he was just one of Balbados' lackeys. Well, I'm glad to have him on board. Oh, he's got a gun? When the hell? Okay. A matchlock rifle that penetrates light armor with ease. Huh. Wait, what? He has a gun equipped, but he's incapable of using it. How the hell does that even... Okay, I see what's going on. This is more of that Final Fantasy Tactics-esque equipment bullshittery, where enemies just have... Oh yeah, no, that's totally just a white mage with a bazooka. No, enemies are allowed to do that, but not when they join your party. Fuck you, Matsuno. Piss off. Oh, they joined too. Okay. Alright. He was hitting people with it like a club. I guess so, Haretsu. Well... time to give him a spot in the old roster. And assign ID numbers. Yeah, I guess he kind of is, Hazard. Yeah. When we fought him, he was able to use a gun no problem. But he just forgot how when he joined us. Yeah, Devilish, his character description in the Warren report makes it sound like he's not such a bad guy, but that people just don't like him. Beastmaster Gamp, a Galgastani who once served his clan in battle. His coarse demeanor and haughty bearing rankle all those he meets, and he is not well liked as a result. He avoids contact with others, preferring the company of beasts. He came to lead a ragtag group of bandits, but repented his ways after encountering Denim again. 3 years old? Really? An offspring of the griffin Berta raised by the Beastmaster Gamp. Though still young in griffin years and smaller than Berta in stature, his intelligence and strength far surpass his peers. He's usually irritable around anyone but Gamp, jabbing his beak at those who stray too close. A peck from him is more than enough to keep unwanted company at a distance. I love how these rando monsters who join the team with Gamp have their own entries in the Warren report. I love that about this game. An offspring of the griffin Obda, raised by the Beastmaster Gamp. He's slightly smaller than Berta the Younger, having just reached adulthood, but is similarly talented. Unlike Berta, he takes more readily to the company of others. He often pecks playfully at those who approach him. However, even an affectionate nudge from him can be a painful proposition. The goodest griffin boys. No, Radley, it's that when you fight him in battle, he is forcibly equipped with a weapon he's not normally supposed to be able to use as a Beastmaster. It's a cheat, but it's a cheat that the developers did themselves. Like, literally all they did was edit the hexadecimal address for his weapon and force it to be a weapon that Beastmasters can't normally equip. And then when he joins you, because the game automatically readjusts his equipment according to whatever level his class is in your party, it'll just auto-unequip the gun from him, so you can't keep using it. Yeah, Devilish, but this game has an entirely new engine. They wouldn't have carried over the old code that enabled Beastmasters to use guns, or do you mean that they deliberately equipped him with it just as a reference to that fact? Piranha Guppy, every monster can throw boulders. But the octopus and the cyclops just weren't pulling their weight, so I let them go. I turned them loose. The problem with the octopus is that it's only really good on maps with water, and there aren't too many maps with water in this game. And the Cyclops is just a garbage monster to begin with. Their magic sucks, and the magic is the only thing they really have going for them, other than the fact that they can use items. But they can't learn field alchemy, so they can only ever use basic items that get outclassed later on. The dragons, however, are useful. The cockatrice is useful, and the griffins are useful. Okay, I figured that, Devilish. It was Piranha. It's an interesting monster. I just wish that they were better balanced. Alright, so now I guess we need to go do the other optional battle at Gecko Fortress. And what's going on here? So the Grand Leader of the Resistance takes pirate hunting into his own hands. Boys, they take us here and we're all headed for the chopping block. Kill them all! Oh, okay, that's all this is? This is just randos? This is beneath me. The AI can handle this. Needed for the side quest. Okay, Devilish. Well, at the very least, I can set this to auto battle while I hang out with all of you. And actually, I'm going to take the opportunity to have some tea while my hands are free. Yeah, Celia, I mean, it is the main reason why I'm here. Sokar, which character is that? Are you talking about the female thief? Yeah, Hazard, I do too. I really appreciate the art styles in these games. They're rudimentary and they're blocky and they're simple, I realize, but they convey what they need to convey remarkably effectively. Definitely at least enough so for the player to be able to feel some sense of immersion. Hey, Lucky Steak! I don't know if I've broken it that thoroughly yet, but I'm getting there. I'm working on it. It's a bandana, Sokar. Yeah. A bandana that just happens to cover one eye. Yeah, Waltz Queen, I've actually gotten offers for Steam keys for a couple of modern games that are done in this style, but none of them look this good. You know, they all just look generic. No, Sokar. I think she has a thrown weapon of some kind. Either an axe or a bola, I believe. Is it Sokar? Yeah, like, no matter how much I look at Fire Emblem Three Houses, I just can't get interested in it. It has too much of that anime aesthetic for me. And too much of the Japanese style of writing. Whereas this, and Final Fantasy Tactics, Matsuno really does a good job of staying away from the deliberately forced, repetitive, annoying Japanese style of writing and plot delivery. Like, you don't tend to see so many of the common JRPG writing problems in this game or in FF Tactics that you see in games like modern JRPGs, and from what I've seen from the videos and streams I've watched of games like Fire Emblem Three Houses. Yeah, or Persona 5, for that matter. Hazard. Someone take me to the sea, a dry grave's no end for a pirate. Well, we'll bring him to the pirate's graveyard, I guess. Ovan, I'm not bad-mouthing Persona, I'm making an observation about it. That's just how it is. Yeah, Lucky Steak, it seems to take a lot more skill to do 3D well than it does to do sprites well. Like, I've seen some unbelievable sprite work. To this day, if you were to ask me what game that I've played has the best sprites of any game ever, I will still unapologetically tell you Valkyrie Profile. The sprites in Valkyrie Profile have so much detail, so many frames of animation, so many just little touches where you can tell that an enormous amount of care and love was put into them. For anybody who is interested in games with amazing sprite art, go play Valkyrie Profile. Yeah, Celia, I do too. I might even play through it again on stream at some point. because it's one of my favorite games of all time, ever. Yeah, Valkyrie Profile was originally a PS1 game, Greg, but it was re-released under the title of Valkyrie Profile Lenneth for the PSP. I think we've done Gale Fortress, unless we're supposed to go back for some reason? Huh. There are no new rumors. Yeah, Sokar, Marcus was streaming it a couple of days ago. I dropped by briefly to watch him play it. It seems to have a lot of the same problems that other games of its genre tend to have. But the artwork looks fantastic. Okay, let's see. I'm guessing we just have to go to every fortress then and kill everybody. Yeah, because ordinarily there wouldn't be a battle here. What business have you got with Lobos? On second thought, it matters not. You see my hideout, you have to die. How many times does this make now that we've had to run a bunch of riffraff out of these abandoned, falling apart fortresses? Hey, Concede, welcome! Okay, Devilish, so we've got to go to all 6 and then clear them out, I guess. I mean, the rumor did say 6 fortresses, so fair enough. Oh, well, resistance, were you? Never knew. Well, you never bothered asking, dumbass. That's hilarious. Well, I guess we win. That's the kind of victory I like. Nice and clean, no muss, no fuss. K for hire, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Good morning, welcome. I'm glad you could make it. How are you doing? After that, go to Brigantis, and then back to all the fortresses again. Oh, great. Amazing. Alright, thanks, Devilish. I guess we'll do that. Lots of stuff is happening at work, Kay. Well, I hope it turns out to be good stuff. Everybody's in turmoil at this point, Kay. And it sometimes isn't entirely certain whether that turmoil is going to end well or not. You call this chaos, you bring us freedom? The Tigers of Burnham will teach you what it means to rule. Okay, it looks like... It looks like Leon and his little fan club have set up shop in this fortress. Yeah, Devilish, they give more than just one crafting manual. According to the loot table I'm looking at here, there are something like 3 or 4 manuals per dungeon, or more in some cases. There certainly is, Shirosuke, but in among all the stress, it's important to look for the good. Because even when it doesn't seem like there is any, it's often just difficult to notice because we're so busy focused on the things that are not good, like having to make ends meet and pay the bills and put food on the table. But at the same time, it's also an opportunity for those of us who are stuck at home without anything else to do to, you know, put some of that time into home improvement or self-improvement. You know? If you're having trouble buying food, start doing some research and learn some basic foraging skills. We've talked about that several streams now already. If you live in an area with clean land that is not polluted, get yourself a field guide, watch some videos, do some reading, and educate yourself, and avail yourself of the edible plants that might even be in your own backyard. Or use the opportunity to get some exercise, or fix your kitchen. Exactly, Shirosuke. Ah, gotcha, Kay. Well, I hope for your sake that it doesn't. But please know that even if it does, you're always welcome to come hang out here. And if you end up with a lot of free time on your hands, I and the rest of chat and my community will be here to help you pass that time, if you desire to pass it in this manner. No worries, Kay. I wish I could offer you more. Like, I wish I were super wealthy and could afford to just go around handing out tens of thousands of dollars to all of my viewers who are suffering and can't afford to eat. I would absolutely do that if I had the means, but unfortunately, I've just got to work with what I have, you know? Well, it's my dream, Waltz Queen. If I ever win the lottery, you'd better believe that's the first thing I'm gonna do, is take care of my community. But what's the point thinking about that, right? You gotta keep your sights on what's right in front of you. Dreams are nice, but there comes a time when it's time to wake up and start actually working toward a future for yourself, you know? Which is why I've been streaming so much lately. Going full-time on Twitch isn't going to happen on its own. I'm glad to hear that, Ovan. I'm glad that at least a few of you have managed to hang on to your livelihoods throughout all of this. Wow, I could just smell the gears grinding in the AI's brain there. I am not liking the fact that Festa is low on health. And all of my brain-dead allies here are doing nothing about it. If I don't take control of her here and now and have her heal herself, this is not going to get fixed. Alright, we can do better. Yeah, Kay, I can understand that. For me, there is no greater joy than being able to work from home. But at the same time, I also totally get that people who need to compartmentalize in their minds and mentally and emotionally separate work from home are really struggling here. My heart goes out to you, Kay. Ha! Nice. Excellent. Love those whiffs. In my case, Kay, I work best when I'm at home and I don't have to deal with other people or supervisors breathing down my neck. You know, when I get to work independently. Oh, that's great. Ah. I think I forgot to... That should at least ensure that Denim survives. Does it, Shirosuke? I don't know its history. Oh, come on. The AI in this game. These guys and their freaking crits, man. Oh, good. There we go. Oh, no? Okay. We could have just gone for the boss. But I guess that's fine. Good, we needed to get rid of that golem. Guess we can get rid of her now. Yeah, Kay, that's tricky. When you're supposed to train new recruits and there are no new recruits to train. What? Ugh. Okay, well, that works. Better to die than live under you. Alright, be my guest. You know, it's amazing the contrast of how well the AI handled the previous battle and how poorly and stupidly it handled this one. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. I see, Shirosuke. Are we still talking about Mirage sessions? Okay, gotcha. Denim of Goliath, I've a score to settle with you on the Hierophant's behalf. Ashen the Defeated? Okay. I guess we'll just have to make him Ashen the Double Defeated. Provided, of course, the freaking AI can handle that. I'm just glad we can actually do real damage to monsters now, because that was getting old fast. Yeah, Shirosuke, but... I mean, I agree with you, Shirosuke, but it doesn't surprise me that a big Japanese company would be glorifying the idol industry. Because Japan doesn't like to talk about unpleasant stuff. They don't like to talk about harsh realities or things that undermine the illusion of harmony. That's just not how things are done there. And if that's the way things have always been done, why should they change it? Well, Waltz Queen, some are worse about it than others. If you look at some of the Nordic and Scandinavian countries, some of them, and Waltz Queen, funny it's that you asked me this, because we once again come back to the subject of Hofstede. But this time, it's not so much uncertainty avoidance, but rather masculinity. Let me link that for you. So, Waltz Queen, here are Hofstede's definitions of masculine versus feminine societies. And let me show you the index of countries ranked according to the cultural dimensions theory from most masculine to most feminine by his reckoning. If you look at the masculinity ranking, Japan is literally the #1 country in terms of how hardcore masculine they are, according to Hofstede's definition of masculinity. Wait a minute, that guy... Oh, okay, well, never mind. I was going to say, he looks like he might have a level 4 greatsword skill that I might want, but he's dead. And I just realized I don't have anyone with recruit, so whoops. Yeah, Empress, because Asian men in general are used to women being demure, submissive, obedient, and being basically seen but not heard. That's why the standard advice to Western women who are visiting Japan is that if a guy tries to grope you on a train or something, which unfortunately is still a really common problem in Japan, but if a guy does try to grope you on a train, just meeting his eyes and looking threatening will usually, more often than not, cause him to wither away and disappear and never bother you again. And unfortunately, if you're a foreign woman in Japan, that's probably going to end up being your only recourse in that situation, because the Japanese police will do nothing to help you. They'll just say, oh, shikatanai, can't be helped. Nothing we can do about it. Well, Chopin, what Hofstede calls feminine views are really, for practical purposes, just humanistic, right? They're the idea of nurture versus hardship. Well, Waltz Queen, the entire reason the people who do that in Japan do it at all is because they know that with Japanese women, they usually won't say anything, because they're so deeply indoctrinated not to violate the illusion of harmony that rather than make a scene and confront the groper, they'll just quietly stay there and pretend nothing is happening. And that's why Western women tend to throw those kinds of perverts a massive curveball. Because they're not expecting women to actually stand up in Japan, because Japanese women tend not to. Because they've been so deeply indoctrinated that it's worse to make a fuss about it and violate the harmony than it is to just sit there quietly and endure it. Which is sad, but here we are. The thing you have to be careful of, though, Waltz Queen, is that if you start a physical fight in Japan, the police will almost always side with the Japanese person if it's an altercation between a Japanese person and a foreigner. Because they are very xenophobic there, and they tend to instinctively blame foreigners every time someone does violate the illusion of harmony. It's an unfortunate situation because foreigners are generally more quick to resort to physical means of self-defense, because foreigners are used to being able to get away with that and justify it. Whereas in Japan, if a Japanese person does something that's really hard to prove, like grope a girl on a train, and then the girl turns around and gives him a black eye, well, when the police show up, they see a dude with a black eye, but he's going to say, no, I didn't grope her, she just punched me for no reason. And they have more evidence in his favor than they have in hers. So she ends up, if she's a foreigner, she ends up being the one who gets hauled in and eventually deported, is what usually happens. All right, let's clear the Lausanne Fortress bet. I think this is at least 5, maybe 6. These the villagers? What have they done to them? Wait, okay, hang on. What is going on here? Oh, God. Oh, no. I know exactly what this is. This is the second, or I think it's the first or the second battle in Chapter 2 of Vandal Hearts, when you get to Gilbaris Island and all the villagers have been possessed by the power of the Flames of Judgment and turned into zombies. This is, don't kill any of the survivors, just kill the enemies. I see exactly what's going on here. All right, so how many actual enemies are there? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 villagers, and only 4 actual enemies. Okay, now the question is, are the villagers going to be hostile to me? Because the worst thing about that battle in Vandal Hearts 1 was the villagers would attack you, and in Vandal Hearts 1, every unit gets an automatic counterattack. And the villagers all were level 1, and they had 13 HP. So if you let them hit you, your units would automatically counterattack them and kill them. No, Convoluted, that day count is accurate. Because it takes so goddamn long to run into enemies in this game. Random battles, you can walk back and forth for sometimes as much as a full 60 seconds and not get in a random battle. And by the time you've done it for that long, 70 or 80 in-game days have gone by. That's better. Alright, I have a feeling that the enemies in this battle are going to already be hostile to the villagers. Which is probably going to mean that I need to save the villagers first. Okay, good. None of it missed that time. So we will get all over here. We'll get these guys moving on up. Can we reach this guy? No, we can't. Oh, it looks like they're going for us, though. Which is probably for the best. I would rather they attack us than the... God damn it, than the villagers. Wait a minute. Did the villagers already start off with health lost? It looks like they do. Great. Actually, though, the villagers do seem to be zombies, so I guess if they die, they'll just come back in 3 turns. Then again, I don't know that I want to take that risk. We need to get rid of this one. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, it looks like he does just... Well, we need to prevent that from happening. Yeah, Piranha Guppy, exactly. That's why I mentioned Nordic countries and Scandinavian ones. Because even though traditionally in those countries masculinity was very heavily emphasized, some of those countries have gotten a lot more progressive. Convoluted, the counterplay there is to cheese the turn order. With, these grimoires. That appears to be the only counterplay. I hate battles like this. because they're set up so that there's often nothing or almost nothing you can do to prevent the vulnerable units from getting killed. Alright, the thing is... Oh, I have an idea. Yeah, okay. So this is the counterplay. The counterplay is use a necromancy grimoire to heal him. And then get rid of that skeleton. Ah, okay, and now the archer goes for a different unit. I see. And now we exercise this guy. I had it in mind to try that, Devilish, but I can't reach any of them to do that yet. The item that you use to do so has very limited range. I'm going to try it now that I can actually... It does look like the Charm of Remission will cure their zombie status. I wonder if that has any impact on how the battle turns out. I wonder if that has any story. But yeah, because now she's fine. Now she's just alive again. All right. It's not great, Chopin. It seems to be deliberately designed to kneecap attempts to move up the map quickly. Well, I guess if I can, I'm gonna save these guys. Yeah, that one archer at the top, Chopin, that guy is going to be a problem. Because he can kill the villagers in 1 or 2 hits. And it's going to take me forever to get up there to him. Well, actually, though, no. We can exercise this one. God, I hate having to burn all of these Reviramon scrolls. There we go, that's good. This bastard right here, though. It might be that the most we can do is to heal him a little. Open the scrolls, cast whatever spell the scroll is for. Can I reach this guy? Nope. On the bright side, a couple more of these, and we'll be able to get rid of that archer up top. Ah. Convoluted, the item I keep using basically instantly gives the targets their turns back. That's why I've been able to take so many turns before the enemies can act. The problem is, the scroll I'm using to do that has a fairly low chance of activating, and I just need to get another unit a few tiles closer so that I can petrify that guy. So this uses the spell Paradigm Shift, which sets the reaction turn of multiple targets to 0 and allows them to act immediately. You can just buy these at the shop from fairly early in the game, and it is incredibly overpowered that you can do so, but at the same time, this item has a fairly low chance of success, and you have to chariot scum it fairly often. Okay, I think now... Yes, now we can reach this asshole with a different grimoire to petrify him and keep him out of our hair for a while. Now, can we reach? No, we can't. Or at least not from down there, but... There we go. Oh, come on. Maybe from here. There we are. All right. Villagers are safe for the moment. Though I'm not taking anything for granted, so let's toss them some healing items. And let's exercise this jerk. That's entirely your preference, Sam, but if it's your first playthrough, you'll probably get the most immersion if you keep his name default. Personally, if I were you, I would just stick with Denim. Alright, let's save the villagers. There, buddy. You're gonna be just fine. I bought tons of these charms. Probably enough for the whole village if we're lucky. That's D-E-N-I-M-K, but you've got the spirit of it. That's correct, Sam. Yes, he very much has his own personality, and he is not by any means a silent protagonist. Alright, now let's make sure this idiot stays petrified while we rescue the villagers. The villagers all also appear to be running away from us, which I suppose under the circumstances I can understand. Don't worry, Frederick. I got you, bro. All better. At this point, there's no sense moving my archers who are down here. Oh, okay, yeah, she is definitely in some dire need of healing. I do not want to take that risk that the petrification wears off on that last skeleton, and he sneaks in a pot shot at one of the villagers. And he is most assuredly going to get it, Chopin. Now that I've got a unit up here that can restore the turns of these two characters up top, and that it actually worked. Alright, I believe this is the last one. That's fine, Sam. I don't believe his birthday matters for any practical reason. All right. We'll soften him up a little. Oh, I can't move because the villagers are blocking my way. Because they all insisted on clogging up that choke point. And now they all seem to insist on blocking the stairs. Guys, I really would like to get through here if it's all the same to you. All right. You bastard. You are gonna get it. Hey, we saved all the villagers. Do we get any dialogue? No, we don't. I wonder if that's actually going to have any impact whatsoever. The fact that we saved them all and unzombified them. Yeah! Okay, especially in situations where there's a foreground object on the battlefield literally blocking your view. Because there are a couple of maps where that happens. You'll be given the option to save your Oh, okay, that's one of these. All right. Yeah, Piranha, I guess they all just wanted to gawk. Okay. What will running accomplish? You wanted it to end like this. No, never this. Armies do not come cheap. You killed much of mine, so I had to replenish my ranks. Not to worry, their flesh is not long for this world. I should think it gone already. Buddy, if you mean those zombie villagers back there, I've got some bad news for you. Your butchery ends here. Release her now. You are awash in blood, and yet you call me a butcher? Death means nothing to you so long as it brings you closer to your goal. Yours is a crude justice. Yeah, pot, meat, kettle. You still refuse to accept the massacre at Balmamusa for what it truly was. Him or me, Ocean, who will you choose? This butcher of Goliath who embraces the very Galgastani who burned this village to the ground? If you would avenge Vask's dead, start with him. Or will you let this butcher succor you? That's no choice at all. I'll kill the both of you. Then I will add your life to my collection. I guess we're not going to be able to get her to join us. It does, Dandy Wizard? In what way? And actually, since this is one of those battles where we have a primary target... I think perhaps it would behoove us to focus on him. But of course, since he doesn't start the battle with full MP, he can't do anything on his first turn, so... Really, Warno? I don't think I have enough archers. I think I need more. I need all the archers. Ah! Get dead, idiot. The temple's secrets, so close. Yeah, so much for replenishing your army, huh? How'd that work out for you? Okay, she and her dragon remain, which means we're probably going to get a cutscene with her. Oh, okay, Dandy Wizard, I gotcha. So its effect is purely aesthetic then, it's not actually meaningful. Mother, father, I could not avenge you. Enough, this gets us nowhere. Your life is mine now? What the hell kind of thing is that to say to her? No, I'll never join you. I'm tired of war, and you fight on and on. Yeah, well, it's necessary. I want only to end this war. Please, you must believe me. You ask too much, more than I can give. I'll not force you. We'll leave you then, but before we go, you must promise me something. Do not charge heedless into battle. Do not throw your life away on vengeance. You've said what you will. Now go and never come back. Hey, lady, I saved your entire village. And I get not even a word of gratitude. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, because clearly that's what neutral means. Alright. Where was I supposed to go back to after clearing the fortresses? Was it Fidok? Or Fidok, I think is how they pronounce it. Plot conveniences, Chopin. I guess no game is immune to them. Maybe it wasn't Fidok. Was it Varnesia? Ha! Yeah, I guess she did, Chopin. Or I failed it. Coritania? Coritania. Oh, Coritane. Well, whoops. Did I miss a fortress? Hang on. We did Ndamasa. We did Lausanne. We did Geld. We did Gecko. We did Boed. And I'm pretty sure we did Quadriga, didn't we? I did her version of Lausanne. Okay, Devilish, but the other one at Lausanne did not show up. Unless I have to, unless it's something in the Warren report. Ah, there is a new topic. Galgastani sighted at Lausanne. Rumor has it that the remnants of the Galgastani army are gathering at Lausanne Fortress, site of the recent Backroom massacre of Vask Faithful. The Galgastani soldiers' plans are not known, but they could seek to use the fortress as a stronghold. Okay. That would be what I was missing. He later perished in an engagement with the resistance forces there. Okay. Ocean. The Backroom attacked the fortress, and all the villagers save Ocean were Oh, so it isn't canon that we unzombified them and saved them. She was saved by the quick actions of Denim, but declined to join the resistance due to her abhorrence of war. Well, how is that any different from the other story paths? Alright, whatever. Oh, yeah, okay, Lausanne is red again. I see. Oh. I did ask about that, Devilish, but I didn't get a response from you, so... Never thought I'd meet you here, Denim of Goliath. I thought my hatred ebbed and gone, but the sight of your face brings it boiling back. I will strike you down for my fallen brothers and for the Hierophant. Fortunately, most of the enemies on this map do not seem like they're going to be too dangerous, as long as I get rid of that cockatrice first. This is, however, a map that I don't think I'm going to leave up to the AI. Only because there are several monsters present, and monsters tend to be problematic for the AI, because rather than eliminate them first, which it should do, it seems to ignore them unless they're the only units it can target, because the AI appears to prioritize only the units to which it can do the highest damage, rather than the units that are actually the most dangerous. Seems this game's AI has no capability of threat evaluation. So it'll just single-mindedly go for whatever units it thinks it can do the most damage to. What? There we go. Can we reach him from back here? Not looking like it, but nope. Yeah, we absolutely need to get rid of the monsters first, because the AI is too stupid to prioritize them when they are in fact the priority targets here. Once I've gotten rid of the monsters, then I can just let the AI take over, killing the humans. There we go. Chopin, there are ways in which you can mitigate the degree to which things don't go as you plan. I mean, hell, that's what I'm all about, is mitigating the risks and maximizing the advantages. Unfortunately, the strategy for doing that is usually a little bit more simple than it sounds, which is to say just, yeah, do a little bit of grinding in the early game, go out of your way to learn some abilities, and build up your units a little bit. So that you can recruit enemies and take their equipment, which will be better than what you can buy at the shop. That's another really weird thing about this game, is how poorly balanced the shop lineups are. Where, like, the equipment you can buy at the shops gets outclassed before the end of Chapter 1 by what you get from enemies, even if you don't go out of your way to grind. Like, there is almost nothing at the shops. It seems like almost all of the really good equipment has to be acquired from either recruiting or killing enemies, or by crafting it with crafting books that you don't get until Chapter 4, which is asinine. Actually, I think we might be able to finish him. We've got enough TP for a weapon. No, we don't. I take that back. Yeah, Chopin, newer games are more likely to have better quality of life and less likely to have these horrible, outdated, time-wasting systems like the crafting system in Tactics Ogre, for example. But less likely does not mean they're guaranteed not to, you know? Well, Chopin, I mean, unless those people were willing to play through it with a guide on their first playthrough, I don't know what they expected. Hey, Shersha! Radley, it's one thing when the shops don't carry the best equipment. It's another thing entirely when you're trying to outfit a team on a brand new class that you haven't leveled up yet, and the shop doesn't even have any weapons or armor that that class can use. That's the problem this game has. no, the shop should not necessarily be the only source of your equipment, but it should have a reason for existing. And the shop in this game is balanced much too far in the opposite direction, unfortunately, where pretty much your only use for the shop ever until you get most of the way through Chapter 4 is to buy consumables. Alright, I guess that's not happening. Ah, you're gonna really like that, Shersha. Shersha, listen. Before you slow cook that, before you braise it, put it in a pan, or if you have a grill and you can actually cook it over wood or charcoal, use that because it'll be even better. Sear the outside, Shersha. Make sure you get a little bit of char and caramelization on the outside. Season the outside, then sear it. And then when the outside is seared, you don't have to cook it all the way through. Only cook the outside. But once you've done that, then and only then, put it in your Dutch oven or whatever you're going to use to braise it. Because you'll get much, much better flavor out of it that way. And when you throw it into the oven, Shersha, put it in the oven with some carrots, and you could maybe even throw in some potatoes. Actually, no, I guess you wouldn't be able to use potatoes because keto, but you can put in some carrots and other, like, sturdier vegetables into the braising liquid, and they will braise along with the steak, and then you'll get some nice vegetables that are super tender and that have all the flavor from the broth. Oh, are they, Shersha? Do those have too much starch as well? Or is it the sugar? Hey, Clockwork! Oh, the sugar. Gotcha, Shersha. Well, Shersha, you could use other vegetables instead. You could potentially use leeks, or fennel, or onions. I mean, onions have a little bit of sugar in them, but I don't think they're super high in sugar. They shouldn't be high enough in sugar to be a concern to you on keto, should they? $50 grams a day. I don't know how many grams of sugar are in a serving of carrots, Shersha, but I'm pretty sure it isn't any 50. Honestly... Honestly, I might be better served by just setting everybody to AI control for this. Because the battle will definitely go faster. This guy? Nope. There we go. Oh yeah, Jin. Langrisser and the sequel series to Langrisser, Growlancer. Those games have not only a ton of different endings, but a ton of wildly different story paths. To the extent that people who become your allies on one story path in those games can end up being the final bosses on other story paths. I've never played Langrisser. I only heard about them from Marcus because it's his favorite series, or one of his favorite series. But I have played several of the Growlancer games, and they are fantastic. Pretty good storytelling, fun combat, great music. Yeah, that's a good idea, Shersha. Oh, what the hell? Ah. Somehow the AI settings didn't get saved. Clockwork, thank you very much for the $1 donation. Clockwork says... Just came back from finishing the VODs of FF7 Remake. I'm quite looking forward to actually getting the game myself, and I'm very interested in seeing how the rest of the new FF7 plays out. Going to be working through the remaining P5R VODs after the... Okay, Clockwork! Thank you for letting me know. What the... Oh, right. As many things about FF7 Remake as I wish they had done differently, I did overall still enjoy it. And I'm fairly sure that you will as well. At least I hope you do. Well, good, Shersha. Just try not to ruin it again. Because believe me, it's easy to do. God, my AI-controlled teammates don't even want to climb up the fortress to shoot the damn boss. In fact, they're going out of their way to shoot everyone but the boss. I agree, Clockwork. It's really bizarre to me that they didn't just make classic mode a component of normal mode. Oh, there we go. Great Father, grant ye rest for the souls of Galgastan. Well, we got nothing but junk for that battle. Okay, so Lazan is done. Okay, so now I guess we have to go back to Koratane. I'm gonna save before I go in there just in case. Ah, here we are. Abuna Mruva, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Yes, Denim. At the Hagyabana Amuba, Sherry mentioned something called the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha. I can't say I'm familiar. The Dark Knights are a formidable foe. We must gird ourselves well if we are to confront them. You know this, Abuna. With the Apocrypha grimoires in our possession, the odds shift in our favor. Please, Abuna, tell me where they can be found. The Apocrypha are kept hidden for a reason. They contain a dreadful power, more than any man should wield. I know of one such man, King Roderick of Brigantis. In the final days of the Dorgalia's Great War, Roderick used the Apocrypha in a desperate attempt to change the tide of the battle. His foes were wiped from the face of the earth, and his own armies with them. None save the Invoker survived. This did not deter the king. He used the Apocrypha at every turn. You may not know it, but Brigania Flats once was a lush and fertile highland. The Apocrypha transformed it into the desolate waste it is today. Not even the laws of nature can withstand their power. Yet in the end, it was the Apocrypha that brought down King Roderick. Even as he won the war, he lost the love of his people. After the war's end, King Dorgalia ordered the Apocrypha sealed away. The danger in the Apocrypha is not the knowledge itself, you see, but rather how it is used. King Roderick was not up to the task. Do you think you will fare better? I know I will! Power is only as good as the person using it. I am not King Roderick. I would never use such power so capriciously. That is the way you will lead. I am obliged to follow. The 8 Apocrypha were secreted throughout the Isles. I know the location of but 6. These are enshrined in temples, and each commands one of the elements. Of the remaining 2, light and dark, I know nothing, because of course, the 2 most important elements. I had heard that the 6 great fortresses of Valeria were once temples, but I saw nothing at any of them that would house so great an artifact. Of course not. I sealed them where unknowing eyes would not find them. To open the temple doors requires an oracle. Who are these oracles? The daughters of the Abuna who forged the seal. Your daughters? Bring one of them with you to each of the fortresses, and the way will open for you. Touched by the goddesses within the temple, they may be made a true oracle, though they will serve you better in battle regardless. Shersha, you want the internal temperature to come down below 100? So you can monitor that, or you can just take the Dutch oven out of the heat and you can put it on top of the stove away from any heat sources and let it cool until there's only just a little bit of steam rising from inside when you take off the lid. The amount of time, like the actual amount of time it takes, Shersha is going to... No, Monotone, he only had 4. Shersha, the actual amount of time it takes is going to depend on how big the roast is and what kind of vessel you're heating it in. Shersha, when you're cooking with the kind of cooking method that you're using, you're not going to get medium or medium rare or anything like that. Those only come from direct heat for a limited period of time. Oh, you're going to use your pan. Shersha, I don't recommend that unless you have a lid for your pan. If you're talking about using a braising method, if you're going to be cooking it low and slow on moist heat, you're going to need to be cooking it in a sealed vessel, so something that has a lid. And you're going to need to get the internal temperature to exactly 200 degrees Fahrenheit before you take it off the heat. 200 Fahrenheit will give you fork tender, so medium rare will not matter. It'll fall apart when you touch it with a fork. If you're going to heat it to medium rare in a pan, Shersha, it depends on how thick the cut of meat. But you're going to have a lot of trouble getting it medium rare if it's like a 3 or 4 inch slab of meat. You're going to end up with it cooked on the outside and raw on the inside. You're going to be slicing it thin. You're sticking the pan in the oven. Shersha, do you have a lid for the pan? Welcome back, Wendy. You certainly do, don't you? Yeah, Chaos Shield, sous vide would be ideal for this after searing the outside of the steak, but I don't know if Shersha is equipped for sous vide. Shersha, the reason the lid is important is because once you've got the right amount of char and caramelization that you want on the outside of the steak, when you put it in the oven, if you don't put a lid on it, it's going to dry out. The outside is going to, without a lid, the outside is going to just become charcoal. If you're going to put it in the oven, you have to put a lid on it so that the moisture does not all evaporate out of your steak in the oven. Dandy Wizard, there are home-grade sous vide machines available now for not that much money. They used to be expensive, Dandy Wizard. Back before sous vide became popular for in-home use, the only way you could really do it was by purchasing a used lab-grade circulator on eBay. And lab-grade circulators are scary because most of them have been used for chemicals. You had to be really careful about how you cleaned them, and they would usually be like $10,000 or $20,000 circulators. They were far more than was necessary for cooking. Shersha, why not just use the lid? The thing is, Shersha, you need to be able to make sure that moisture cannot escape from the pan while it's in the oven. If you put a lid on it, and even if you just try to cover it with foil, all the moisture from that steak is going to evaporate, and it's going to come out tough and leathery. Oh, if you can't find the lid, Shersha, try to find another lid that fits. And if you absolutely can't find a lid that fits, then and only then, yeah, you could use foil as a last resort. Just make sure it's sealed really tightly around the edges as best you can. Oh, that sucks, Wendy. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things work better tomorrow. But Shersha, understand that if you're going to be putting... Yes, yeah, Shersha, that's why I'm giving you this advice. No, Monotone, we were talking about back before home grade, like commercial grade sous vide machines were available. People used to have to buy used lab grade thermal circulators. Shersha, I know you're slow roasting it for 5 or 6 hours. I'm telling you that if you put it in the oven for that long, without a lid on it, and without some way of retaining moisture in the pan or whatever cooking vessel you have the steak in, your steak will dry out to shit and it will become charcoal. The cooking method you are trying to use, Shersha, is called braising. And it means cooking a piece of meat low and slow for multiple hours, but braising requires that there be moisture present to percolate throughout the meat and help tenderize it and keep it moist. If you just throw a steak in the oven in a pan for 6 hours, you're going to get a brick of charcoal at the end if you don't put a lid on it. Monotone, yes, that's what I've been telling people. Yeah, Shersha, let me give you a video for reference. Most of the videos on this are going to use a Dutch oven, but as long as you have either a skillet with a lid or a frying pan with a lid that will retain moisture, you can use those. Alright, sure, let me find you a video or two for reference. Okay, sure. Alright, here's one. Okay, Chopin, have a good night. Take care of yourself. It absolutely has, Dandy Wizard. It absolutely has. Sure, let me give you one more. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Let me just check to make sure. Okay, actually, Shersha, just the video I gave you should be enough. Because the other videos that I've been finding here are confusing and they're not as concise. No, Shersha, you would never put a non-stick pan in an oven. Most non-stick pans cannot tolerate oven heat. Yeah, Chaos Shield, sous vide is probably the best method for precise cooking. My only gripe with it is that it requires you to put the food in plastic bags, and there is potential for the leaching of things like BPA and other compounds from the plastic into the food. Although I've been hearing that there are now sous vide bags that are being designed to be completely non-toxic, or as non-toxic as possible, so So, Shersha, you absolutely want to make sure that if you're using a frying pan, it is cast iron. But what I really, Shersha, what I recommend doing instead is use a pot. Use an oven-safe pot that will fit the cut of meat you're using, and just do all the cooking in the pot. Because you'll get similar results cooking in a pot, and the pot will do a better job of retaining moisture than a frying pan with a lid. If you have an oven-safe skillet that has a lid, or if you've got a like a cast iron skillet that has a lid that fits it and will keep moisture in, then you could use that. But I need to emphasize, Shersha, that you are only going to get good results if you seal in the moisture. If you have an oven-safe pot, Shersha, use that instead. Warrior, what Shersha is doing is explicitly a braise. He's talking about wanting to do the moist heat cooking in the oven after having seared the meat in a pan. Oh, it's a Teflon pot. Yeah, you don't want to risk that then. If you have even just a regular steel or aluminum pot with no enamel on it or anything, Shersha, that'll work just fine. What matters most is that you use something oven safe that has a lid that will seal in moisture. Because remember, if all of the moisture escapes from your pan or your pot, then your steak is going to come out inedible. So that's what I recommend. You have two big baking trays, Shersha. If you're thinking about putting them together, like one on top of the other, you better make sure they fit together really well. Yeah, Monotone, which is why there are now commercial-grade sous vide machines, because there was enough of a demand for it that people were buying lab-grade thermal circulators on eBay, used ones, not cleaning them properly, and getting sick. It'll cover Shersha, but you have to remember, if there isn't actually a seal around the outside, like if one tray fits over the other but there's a gap, then what's going to happen is the moisture is going to evaporate from that pan that the steak is in. It's going to turn into vapor. It's going to collect on the top of the pan that you're using to cover it, and it's going to drip out the sides, because it's going to move from an area of higher pressure inside the pan to an area of lower pressure outside the pan when the steam pressure equalizes, and your roast is still going to dry out. Yeah, it's a scary thought, isn't it, Monotone? Sam, that's awful. Shersha, if you're confident enough that they'll be able to retain moisture, you could try it. If you don't have any other things to cook it in, any other pots or pans or other cooking vessels that have lids that fit and that are oven safe, you could try that. But I cannot guarantee what results you're going to get. If you were using a Dutch oven or a pot or a skillet with a lid, I could tell you exactly how to get the perfect result. But if you're going to be MacGyvering it, I cannot guarantee what's going to happen. Yeah, Shersha, I mean, you're a smart enough person that I think you can figure something out if you don't have the ideal tools for the job. I don't doubt that you'll manage one way or the other. The most important thing is to understand that you do not want losing moisture. You do not want to lose moisture while you're cooking this. Now, Shersha, I have personally found that when I prepare pieces of beef using this cooking method, for a 4-pound piece of chuck steak that typically I get from the butcher cut at around 4 inches thick, 3, maybe 4 inches thick, I tend to find that the magic numbers are 250 degrees Fahrenheit for 6 hours. No, good on you for that, Sam. You have my support with that. If you can stick it to someone who deserves it, do it. In a situation like that where you're a kid and you've been wronged by an adult, get them back. At any rate, Shersha, that's what I recommend, generally speaking. I think the video that I linked should give you enough information to be able to get the results you want. But do let me know, once you've got everything over and out of the way and the cooking is done, take some pictures, please, Shersha, and show me what kind of end product you wind up with. And let me know if it's up to your standards. Okay. So hopefully now, I think, the actual temples should be open. Now, of course, when I don't want random battles, they're all over the damn place. All right. O great Lunaram, goddess of ice, admit me unto your sacred sanctum. Aha! I see. Within the fortress, huh? Oh, it looks like we can actually get into a battle here. Within the fortress. Six units? Shersha, what's going on? What happened? Do they not fit? Oh, okay, we're here again. Oh, okay, Shersha. That's definitely an inconvenience. However, Shersha, it's not a total loss. You can still braise those. It's just that the cooking time will be a lot less. That sucks, Shersha. It's the worst when you say over and over what you want and they just give you whatever. I'm sorry, man. I know, Shersha, I know it's not what you were looking for. I'm just saying so that you don't let it go to waste. You can still salvage it. It's a problem with a lot of Pakistanis that don't run a restaurant. They can't comprehend. Really, Shersha? Is steak not a common food in Pakistan? Oh, I see. Because you guys are used to everything being cut in chunks and bites. No, I understand, Shersha. I actually get what you're talking about now. Because pretty nearly every Pakistani dish I've ever had, not that I've had many, but you guys don't really do whole cuts of meat, do you? Generally speaking, you always, in every dish, it seems like you guys do stuff cut up into smaller pieces. Like New York strip or a ribeye doesn't really exist in Pakistan, as I understand it. Like, you guys are never just brought out a a big chunk of meat on a plate, right? That's what you're... Yeah, I see. I gotcha. That's unfortunate, Shersha. I'm sorry to hear that. Unless in a restaurant? Okay. Dandy Wizard, I don't think they really need to. My understanding is that actually, Pakistan has really good quality control for its food. And there are a lot of heritage breeds of, maybe not necessarily cattle, Dandy Wizard, but Pakistan has a number of different heritage breeds of sheep and other local livestock that have been traditional food livestock there for a long time. So, I mean, I don't know too much about it, but I've done a little bit of reading on the matter, and from what it sounds like, I get the impression that food quality there is remarkably good. Yeah, Shersha, I always kind of got the impression that, like, lamb and goat and sheep meat is the most common, or anyway, the most traditional types of meat there. I don't know, Shersha, there's nothing wrong with chicken. I think chicken is really well suited to a lot of different Pakistani preparation methods, at least based on the dishes I've had at restaurants before. Let's see. Temple of Uniram, First Descent. Okay. Wow. I guess this is the Ice Temple. So small wonder that it should be snowing. Wait a minute, and... Ha! Even the temple walls are decorated with the symbol of ice. Crystal infused with the power of Uniram. Ice crystals falling like snow can be glimpsed within. Okay, so this place seems to use most of the same tiles as the Palace of the Dead. Well, Shersha, the important thing is that it won't go to waste, but yeah, that's, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. I guess next time, Shersha, you just have to stand there in the room with the butcher and make sure he gives you the cut you want. Make sure also that when you go back, if you go back to that same butcher, you let him know that what he gave you last time was not what you asked for. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, turns out dinosaurs are delicious. Who would have guessed? Velociraptors literally taste like chicken. A recipe for dinosaur, Windy. Well, I imagine there probably are some extinct prehistoric herbs and spices that would go really well with dinosaur, but I don't know what they are because they're presumably extinct. Yeah, Windy, everyone has too many points. Channel points are so worthless. I really wish Twitch would let us integrate them with bot commands. Oh, great. Thanks, Empress. Oh, okay, Shersha. Yeah, if you've got a family member with connections, make sure to specify to your uncle that, you don't want the meat cut up, because, yeah. Hey, we got another headsman. I think that makes exactly 12 now, so I'll have enough to outfit an entire team. Second descent. I believe the items I want from this temple... Ah, okay. Now we start being able to use 8. I believe the items I want in this temple are in the 4th descent. Let's see. Temple of Lunaram, 4th descent, and it's the Cudgel Enchiridion. Oh, hey! I love how it's just snowing indoors. Oh, and there's a Scylla. Yeah, look at this. The AI is just going immediately for the units to which it can do the highest damage, and it ignores the Hydras. Unless they're the only units it can reach. Fortunately, though, on this particular map, it appears that they are. Okay, so there's one on the 4th descent, and then the boss of the temple drops 2. We might have to either chariot scum that, or... Actually, since it's going to be a boss, we won't be able to chariot scum it, because I bet the battle will end when the boss is dead. So we might have to use an in-battle save for that instead. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, I wouldn't put it past people. I'm sure there's a scientist out there somewhere who's trying. Devilish, according to the loot table, the boss will drop both of them 100% if your party is under level 33. If you're over level 33, though, the boss's loot table expands, and it looks as though it can drop other items, and the 2 crafting recipes are no longer 100%. Oh, Shersha! There are cooking methods like that used in the West as well. In America, when I was living in America, it was common for people in my town, because I was out in the middle of the woods and there were a lot of rednecks and hillbillies out there. They would have a homemade smoker that they'd usually make out of an old 55-gallon oil drum. And it would have a hook inside, exactly like what you're describing, and you'd hang whole cuts of meat in it, whole chickens or pork shoulders or beef roasts, and there would be a drip pan underneath, and you just smoke the cuts of meat in those. I literally just unlocked the class, Redacted. I haven't had a chance to do anything with it. Well, Devilish, I don't know if that's actually the case. That's just what the loot tables are making it look like. But we'll find out pretty soon, won't we? Well, Malintent, go get something to eat. I'm mainly just working my way through some optional dungeons at the moment. It is, Shersha. It's fantastic. My father's best friend used to raise pigs. He'd raise them from beginning to end, and he would butcher them himself. And he would sometimes also have people in his circle of friends bring him wild game that they had shot, like venison or once in a while moose. And he would prepare it all the same way. He'd smoke it. Great stuff. Yeah, Redacted, I'm trying to do as much of the boring grind off camera as possible. Although these dungeons appear to have at least some connection to the story, so I've been hesitant to do them off camera because I don't want to miss any story stuff during the stream. And it looks as though I might want to at least go through this one on stream, but if it turns out that there's not actually any story event or anything in here by the time I finish it, then I might just do the other 5 off stream as well. Because if it's just a bunch of random battles with no, no dialogue or plot or anything like that, and no interesting bosses and just more of these generic enemies, we might be better off just having me do that off stream, and then we'll finish the story on stream and go back to Persona 5. Yeah, Shersha, when you bag a moose, it's a big deal. That's like 1,100 pounds of meat. Not to mention all the other parts of the moose that are useful. The hide. The bones. I mean, most people don't bother using the organs, although you can. The organs in the digestive tract, anyway, people usually throw away, but sometimes people would eat the liver or the heart. Or the tongue, actually. Yeah, I bet you heard some stories, Kay. Shersha, venison is sort of like beef, except it has very little fat on it. It has, in fact, almost no marbling at all, as a result of which it tends to be really tough if you don't cook it properly, which usually just means braising it. No, it's not odd at all, Redacted. I find it hilarious, and I'm looking forward to trying it out. I'm looking forward to seeing how Fusilier compares to Archer. Okay, it looks like we have some... What the hell? Gorgons, okay. It pisses me off so much that you can't recruit this monster type. I'm so disappointed. God, and all the enemies' skill levels in here are trash, too. Devilish, how are you one-shotting everything? What did you do to get your characters so strong? I've got super min-maxed elemental archer builds, and I can't one-shot a damn thing unless I get a crit. Did you just level up your main team as every class? Yeah, it sounds like you just had more time to min-max than I have, Devilish. Alright, so the enemy that drops the Cudgel Enchiridion is on this floor. It is apparently a lawful Gorgon wielding a cudgel and a shield at 2-2. No, 2-1. So it's this one. Lawful Gorgon wielding a cudgel and a shield. Okay, yes, indeed it is. Alright. So we'll just have to make sure not to kill her last. We'll have to keep at least one other enemy alive. So that we can chariot scum the drop if need be. How, Devilish? You can only bring 12 units with you into battle at a time. How did you max every unit's stats? I've done testing, and it's very clear that even if every unit in your entire roster is set to the same class, only the ones that participate in battle will actually gain the stat bonuses on level up. Well, sure, Devilish has had a lot more time to do his min-maxing than I have, because I've been switching games, and I've also been playing this on stream, whereas he hasn't. Yeah, Devilish, I've been collecting cards too, but that still in no way has meant that everybody's stats were maxed. I guess I'll just have to get to the end game and the post game before I worry about that. Yeah, all right, Devilish. Then you've definitely been able to put more time into it than I have so far. Okay, it's that Gorgon on the left who has the drop I want. Yeah, Devilish. See, I'm on my first route. Literally haven't even finished the game yet. Tell you what, though, I'm really liking the soundtrack during this battle. This is definitely an appropriate track for an ice temple. Well, Dandy Wizard, that's because Denim actually has a personality, which they should have given the P5 protagonist, so that he didn't end up having everyone always projecting their personalities onto him and having no agency of his own. Let me just make sure. Uh-oh, wait a minute. This was not, in fact, the correct one. It was... Yeah, it was Yelena. So she has the item I need, which means I have to keep her alive. Okay. But see, the top-down view is necessary for this crap when you've got three-dimensional objects that literally obstruct your view. I wish they wouldn't do that. They could have just made them opaque. Ah. You can malintent, yes, that's intentional, but it can backfire. It works best if you're at a higher elevation than your target. If you're at a lower elevation than your target, you can actually end up not even being able to reach the range that it says you should be able to reach. Nope. I need her to drop an item. Kinda like that. All right. Please tell me this is it. Damn it. Wasn't this one, was it? Nope. Oh, that wasn't even hers because she had a wand of fire. All right. This is the most effective use of this particular grimoire, where you can hit 5 people with it at once. God, this is going to be a pain. I can't maneuver anywhere to reset the RNG. There we go. Accessible, you mean, Redacted? I can understand that. It's definitely pretty obtuse. What the hell, Sam? How did that happen? Sam, did you create a new account on that system recently? That's awful, man. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what could have caused that other than, Redacted, they're about the same. They're very similar sorts of games. Great, well... No drop from her there. Or there. Sam, are you sure it's not just that maybe the memory card in your Vita is a little loose or something? Try making sure the card is in proper contact with the card slot. Or maybe also, Sam, try taking the card out of your Vita and putting it in your computer if your computer has an SD card reader. Because it might just be a card read error. It might not be that your data is actually gone. There it is. Excellent. I don't know how the hell anyone is supposed to figure out how to find this stuff on a first playthrough. Oh no, she stole the ice rod. Nice! And she tried to use Evil Eye, but there was another idiot in the way. Actually, we're just gonna finish this. Really, Laughing Cat? Does it get worse as far as obtuseness? It does. Well, Laughing Cat, maybe once I've finished my first playthrough of this, I'll use a guide or something for the second and third ones. Because it's definitely starting to be clear that there are things in this game that the developers did not design with the player finding them in mind. Holy hell, Sam, that is bizarre. Did somebody mess with your Vita while you were in the shower? Oh, come on. It was in the same place. Huh. That is really worrying, Sam. Sam, maybe run a web search on Vita save data deletion and see if you can find any results. See if other people have had the same issue, because I imagine it can't just be you. There we go. Good riddance. Mature A? Redacted? What are you talking about? You mean the game? Or the stream? Well... Let's try the... This looks like it's going to be the boss. We'll try to get both items from the boss. And then if that doesn't work, I guess I'll set everybody to a lower level class. Which means I'll have to re-equip everyone, and that'll be a pain, but... I am servant to the Uniram, goddess of ice. Oh, it's just a cockatrice. You who would become a true oracle must face a trial. Defeat me and prove your quality before the goddess. Vanquish Temple Guardian. Okay. So the battle is going to end when I kill him. Which means I'm only going to get one shot at this without having to reload the save file. Redacted, I have it set to mature content by default, just to protect myself from liability. We don't necessarily always talk about mature stuff as a matter of course. But sometimes adult topics do come up. And I can never predict when they're going to. Like, I never plan the topics of discussion for these streams in advance. It's all very organic, you know? I'm just here playing a game, and whatever chat brings up, we'll either talk about if it's appropriate, or if it's not appropriate, then we won't. But adult topics, as long as they're genuine and civil, and people are handling them in a mature adult way, are not off limits. And as long as chat is staying positive and polite and kind while discussing those topics, you know, as long as it doesn't, the discussion doesn't become toxic, then I'm willing to allow it. But I never know when it's going to happen. So I just have the stream set to display that message no matter what, because it could happen anytime. Yeah, Basil, the Discord server is just the same Discord server. Yeah, Redacted, you only see the warning when you join an actual stream while the stream is live. Actually, no. I don't think that's the case, because I seem to remember watching VODs before and getting that warning. So I think they might display the warning on any VODs that were originally streamed as mature content. Or potentially mature content. It might be, though, that they don't show you the warning on mobile, Redacted, if you're watching most of your VODs on mobile. The Twitch mobile app definitely lacks the functionality of the web and desktop apps. Oh, PC. Huh. I wonder if it's just your Twitch settings or maybe some setting in your web browser then that's preventing you from seeing that. If you use ad blockers or pop-up blockers or something, that might prevent you from seeing the warning. Yeah, Windy, Twitch mobile definitely lacks in functionality. I'm not surprised to hear that. Yeah, Redacted, it's probably just a result of the Twitch mobile app being much more limited. Alright, well, what we'll do then... is we'll spread everyone out and we'll just... We'll wait for these guys to come to us. Actually, it looks like they don't want to. They want us to come to them. Ah. Screw it. I can't be bothered. Oops. We'll let the AI handle this until it's time to deal with getting the drops from the boss, and then... Yeah, Redacted, there is a dark mode setting for Twitch, but you need to enable it manually. And if you use any kind of ad blockers or cookie deleting add-ons in your browser, they will make it so that you have to manually reset that setting every time you log in. You can access it on the PC version of Twitch in the upper right corner of the Twitch user interface where it shows, or in chat, I think it's in the lower right corner near the chat options drop menu. But you click on the icon with your avatar and it'll bring up a menu that says your username, and then underneath that it'll say back to Twitch, channel, account settings, language, dark theme is an option in there, and you can just click dark theme to enable or disable it. Yeah, it is Redacted, but I'm not worried about how strong the chicken is. Oh. But it is nearly dead already. Well. I guess I should have been paying closer attention. No problem, Redacted. I'm glad you were able to find it. No, god damn it. I knew I missed someone. Magnificent. Well, he dropped something. Please tell me it was both manuals. Because otherwise I'm going to have to go do that battle again. We got one. And I don't think we're going to be able to go face that boss again. So we'll have to just redo that, and I'll have to be a bit more careful. No, Redacted, for a book that lets me craft equipment. Because all the equipment in the shops is garbage. I guess it's gonna be... pointless for us to send more than a few up there, because... Cockatrices, Sugar Crow. Yeah, because the boss just bum rushes us, it looks like. He just charges right in. How do you write the same thing in a different way, Kay? Well, that depends on your vocabulary. I'm guessing you're asking me that question in the context of a school assignment where a teacher is making you do busy work and you have to just regurgitate a bunch of meaningless sentences to satisfy a word count requirement. Is that more or less the shape of it, Kay? Or are you writing instructions for your new employees? Wendy, you've got the spirit of it, I guess. No, you're not, Wendy. But it's okay. Oh, alright, Kay. In that case, what I would suggest, rather than trying to write the same instructions in a different way, try to instead suggest different uses for the tool. Try to highlight different ways in which the tool can be applied, rather than just trying to give the same information about the tool. Oh, I'm lucky that didn't kill him. Okay, so at this point... we are going to need to make an in-battle save. At the very least in this game, save files are fairly quick to load. Damn it, this time we didn't get any. This is why I'm thinking maybe we should have just come in with jobs that, Oh, and unfortunately, we can't even load in-battle saves from in the game. We have to go to the title screen again. It's another thing that clearly the developers didn't think about. You have to do that for multiple tools that do the same thing for different web pages. Okay, I see your problem, Kay. And then we got the 1. Actually, though, I guess it doesn't take too long to re-roll these. And at the very least, it doesn't seem like we have to deal with the boss dropping a card. At the very least, he seems like he'll always drop items. Yeah, Kay, in general, as a writer myself, my suggestion would be that in order to be able to say the same thing multiple ways, it helps to improve your vocabulary so that you have a wider variety of different words that mean the same thing, and you can then use those words to structure your sentences a little bit differently and throw in a little bit of variety with your words. Unfortunately, and this is something we talked about a couple of streams ago actually, the first time in life that you're ever likely to need to learn that skill is in school. Ah, perfect! There we are. We've got everything. Excellent. Is in school when you have to bullshit an assignment because your teacher wants a minimum word count, but isn't actually concerned with the content of what you write. I would suggest... Oh, Regita already beat me to it in chat, but it was just on the tip of my tongue to mention also that a thesaurus can be very helpful if you don't already have a fairly expansive vocabulary. You can type a word, well, you can use a thesaurus as a reference, but there's actually a website that can be helpful as well. Here we go. Kay, you can use that website as a handy little quick reference. It is not all-inclusive, and it does have some flaws, but for your purposes, you might find it helpful. However, Kay, considering that you're doing technical writing, expanding your technical vocabulary might require a little bit more of a specialized focus on web design terminology. And in that regard, unfortunately, I cannot help you because I am not familiar with web design. Well, Dandy Wizard, a dictionary is helpful for learning the meaning of things. But what Kay is trying to do is not necessarily to define words. They're trying to say the same thing using slightly different wording. And basically, it sounds like fill an instruction manual. Oh, okay, all right, I see, Kay. So what you're trying to do is write the little marketing spiel on the back of the software box for your web design tools, I'm guessing. I gotcha. In that case, Kay, the good news is more generalized terminology may still be useful to you. Because depending upon who the target demographic is that you're trying to market that to, you might want to write the marketing explanation for the software in such a way that it's a little easier for laymen to understand. Oh no, Sam. Yeah, it does suck losing all that data. Sam, what I recommend doing is that if you have an SD card reader for your computer, back up your save files from your Vita memory card onto your PC so that this doesn't happen again. I'm really sorry to hear that, Sam. That sucks. I know, believe me, I've lost lots of save data in the past. And it's never any fun whenever it happens. A quick, easy late-night stream snack, Redacted. Now, this is more my speed. What do you have on hand, Redacted? You have some chips and salsa? Because if you do, you could always have those. I always, as a matter of fact, Redacted, I like to keep a bag of tortilla chips and a jar of spicy salsa and some guacamole on hand at all times, so that if I feel like sitting down to, you know, watch a stream or something like that, or to just have a quick snack at any time, I can have those, and they're a pretty good snack, and they're not overly unhealthy. Oh, okay, you're making your grocery list, Redacted. In that case, the sky's the limit, and I can absolutely help. Redacted, get yourself a bag of tortilla chips, some salsa, whether you like hot or mild, and maybe find a nice salsa with like smoked chipotle in it, Redacted, or something exciting, you know, not just the plain old boring Tostitos salsa. Find yourself some like tomatillo salsa, like salsa verde, or something really special, you know. You could get yourself some nice freshly baked bread if there are any bakeries near you, and you could use the bread to make yourself a grilled cheese. That's always a really nice, quick snack. And if you want to be really fancy, you can get some bacon and some basil, and maybe a little bit of ham or some tomato and onion for your grilled cheese as well. Depends on what you like on it. Yeah, Redacted, one of my favorite variations on the grilled cheese is a grilled caprese, which is fresh mozzarella, fresh basil, and tomatoes, with just a very, very little bit of balsamic vinegar. Like a nice balsamic vinegar with no preservatives or anything like that. Not too much, though, because it's a liquid, and you don't want too much liquid on your grilled cheese. So what I like to do is to toast the bread in just a few drops of the balsamic vinegar, and then put the sides of the bread that were toasted in the vinegar on the inside of the sandwich. And then put the basil and the mozzarella and the tomatoes. And you can throw some thin slices of sweet onion into that sandwich as well, Redacted, and it is amazing. A little bit of freshly cracked black pepper goes a long way on that, too. Redacted, did you click the anonymous donation link or the public one? Because there are two separate donation links. One of them will send a notification on stream, the other will not. In order to send a notification on stream, Redacted, you have to click the actual donation icon. There's a hyperlink on the donation panel, but the hyperlink will make an anonymous donation if you don't want it showing up on stream. I thought it was important to give people the option for both, depending on personal preference and privacy. Oh, Redacted, well then let me check it. Let me open PayPal now, and I will read your donation, because you clearly intended for it to be public. Let me just pull that up here. Redacted, was it a payment in the amount of $25? It was, okay. Well, Redacted, in that case, thank you so much for the $25 dollar donation, Red. Let's see, did you include a comment with this donation? Did you, I don't see any comments attached to this. At least PayPal isn't showing me any. You didn't write a comment in PayPal, did you? Or was it just the question in chat? I did answer the question, okay. Redacted, I have a couple more answers for you if you're interested in further suggestions for stream snacks. Oh, your trophies are back. Yeah, Sam, see... Sam, back up your save data onto your PC right now. Back it up right now while you still can. They are, Sokar, yes. Alright, Redacted. Well, let me give you a couple more. Since you're going to be buying tortilla chips anyway, Redacted, let me give you a fantastic recipe for some baked nachos. Because nachos are fairly inexpensive to make. And they are really satisfying as a snack. And if you're going to the grocery store, let me give you some suggestions. I'll give you a couple of recipes for nachos. My personal favorite variant of the nachos recipe uses chorizo. Redacted. So I'll give you a couple of different variations. This one... No, Redacted, don't worry about it. Other people may be able to use these as well. That is a more cream cheese-based recipe, Redacted. And here is a recipe that focuses a little bit more on the chorizo and also adds beef. Well, Sam, at least it could be worse. I'm glad you got at least some of it back. Redacted, let me ask you a question. Do you like fish at all? And if so, have you ever had any of the kippered canned fish products? Like smoked herring or smoked sardines or smoked mackerel, anything like that? Because I'll give you one of my favorite German-style recipes for snacks for that, if you'd like. Okay, Redacted, can do. Can do. Let me give you a couple of recipes for nachos with just beef. Honestly, though, Redacted, if you like beef, you're gonna love chorizo. Chorizo is traditionally a pork sausage, but it's so spicy and flavorful and smoky, and you're not gonna believe how good it is. So, Redacted. There's for some beef nachos. Oh, Redacted, I'm so proud of you. Once you've upgraded from hot dogs to sausage, I promise you, you will never, ever go back. Redacted, the best type of sausage for kraut dogs is, well, there are three. There's bratwurst, there's andouille sausage, and there's chorizo. Let me give you links. Bratwurst is the most common one in America, and it's actually quite common here in Germany as well. So Red, this is probably the safest bet. That'll be 5 times the flavor of a hot dog and 10 times the quality. However, one of my personal favorites for kraut dogs... No, it's not a brand, Redacted, it's a style. Bratwurst is a particular type of sausage. Well, it's a family of subtypes of sausage. I'm going to link the Wikipedia articles for you on these 3 so that you can learn more about them and decide which one you think would work best for you. Okay, it's not super spicy. It's just got a very, very mild heat to it, chorizo. It's a very... it has a little bit of red pepper, but it's never enough to burn your tongue. It's there more for the flavor of the pepper than for the heat. Yeah, Redacted, if you go to the cooler case at your local grocery store, or if you go to your butcher, you can just ask for any of these sausages according to what they're called, and your butcher will immediately know what to offer you. So chorizo is the second one. And chorizo, bratwurst is mainly a German style of sausage preparation. Chorizo is Spanish and also Latin American. And this third one I'm going to give you is actually French. This is andouille sausage. Oh, you need to hurt yourself with the heat? Okay, andouille might be a good way to go. But then you can always just put habaneros, like sauteed habaneros, on your sausage. But Redacted, if you really want to dive down the rabbit hole, if you want to really take a deep dive, pick one from that list and give it a shot. Well, Fetragon, partly because cooking is something I really enjoy, and something that I'm very passionate about, both as a matter of practical necessity and as a matter of personal enjoyment. You know, as I cook for fun, so I read a lot about cooking, and I study a lot on my own, and I have also taken a little bit of culinary arts education as well, to provide me with a kind of a basic foundation. But a lot of what I know, I've learned from either viewers of mine who come from different countries or cultures who've introduced me to different foods or different cooking methods that I've then tried out on my own, or just from my own experience as a fairly avid home cook. Don't worry about it, Redacted. It's perfectly fine. I have no trouble understanding you. Redacted, you will be very happy with bratwursts. Bratwursts are usable in any situation where you would ordinarily have used a hot dog, and they will give you a better result across the board. Redacted, if you're going to do kraut dogs... Actually, Redacted, first, let me give you that couple of recipes for the beef nachos. So there's that. Let me give you a couple of ideas of what to do with a bratwurst. The classic grilled preparation, Redacted, is with onions and peppers. So let me give you a couple of suggestions here. This is a recipe for bratwurst with peppers and onions. And if you don't have a grill, I'm going to give you a couple of recipes for roasting them as well. Yeah, potato rolls are fine, Redacted, but bear in mind, you don't want too much bread in every bite. You want to make sure that whatever roll you use has room not only for the bratwurst, but for a lot of toppings. So, a traditional potato-style hot dog roll is okay, but the New England-style split-top hot dog bun with shaved sides can work as well, depending upon the size of the bratwurst you get. Here, by the way, is another... You're going to really like this recipe. I'm going to, in fact, put asterisks next to this recipe to demarcate it, Redacted, as one that I highly recommend. Oh no, Red, I'm sorry. Yeah, small places like that are closing left and right now. But the store-bought rolls will be fine. What I recommend you do, Redacted, though, before you put the bratwurst in the roll, toast the roll just until the inside of the roll is golden brown. And the outside is just getting a little bit crispy. Always, always, always toast your rolls first. Fetragon, it's never too late to start. Even if you're only doing basic cooking as it is, you can always just take baby steps toward improving and enhancing it and getting a better result. It doesn't take that much work. It doesn't take that much time. All you have to do is make the commitment to buy a couple of extra ingredients and spend a little bit more time in the kitchen doing the prep and the cooking. It's the kind of place, it's the sort of thing where a little bit of effort goes a long way and really pays off much greater dividends than what you put in. Yeah, Redacted, I've been really lucky because most of the bakeries around where I live have been operating for like 200 or 300 years. And they're famous enough that people keep going to them. and they keep providing their products even though they're not operating, in store hours. They've got tables on the street where they're selling bread in plastic bags that's baked fresh that day, but that's packaged for quarantine. Well, I live in Berlin, Redacted, which is the capital city of Germany. So everybody here is feeling it. This is a densely populated city, and people here have been not enjoying it, I'll tell you that much. But they have, for the most part, been cooperating. I wish I could send you some, Redacted. Now, Redacted, there is another way of cooking your bratwurst. I'm going to give you a recipe which is for Italian sausage, but you can do this just the same with brats. If you don't, for whatever reason, feel like cooking them on a grill, or if you don't have a grill, you can cook them in an aluminum pan in an oven. Oh, that sucks, Jin. I'm so sorry. And, Redacted, here's one more, a really simple one for you. Oddly enough, this recipe actually comes from Weber's own website. Or perhaps I should say, Weber, because they are a German-based company. But I'm going to give you this one as well. This is an actual recipe for kraut dogs. Yeah, Redacted, even if you don't have an actual grill, there are really fantastic tools you can get that will do the same thing. Like, for example, Redacted, if you don't have a grill, one of these cast iron grill pans is an excellent investment. They don't cost all that much. In Germany, they go for like 20 to 30 euros, depending on where you get them. But if you have one of these, you can achieve results not unlike those of a grill on your stovetop. And the nice thing is, with a grill pan, it's a lot easier to clean than an actual grill. And once you get a good seasoning on it from cooking some sausages, it'll be one of your best friends in the kitchen. Not to mention that grill pans are super easy to use. Oh, okay, Redacted. Yeah, if you're getting a kitchen grill, that can definitely, you can get some good results with those as well. I personally, if I'm going to grill anything, I mean, I do live in an area where I can have a grill, an outdoor grill, that uses charcoal. But I always prefer charcoal. Nothing compares to the results you get with charcoal and with natural wood. Honestly, Jin, they're not all that difficult to clean if you want a proper seasoning on them. You just wipe them down with a cloth. Well redacted, it hasn't stopped my neighbors. I mean, I'm not saying you should do it right now, like literally right now at this ungodly hour of the day, but... Anyway, even a kitchen grill will definitely work for those purposes, redacted. But a cast iron grill pan is really handy for any of that stuff. So, redacted, actually, bear with me a minute. I'm going to have a moment to think about the next suggestion I give you, because my nose just started bleeding, so let me just go get myself cleaned up, and I will be right back. Forgive me, everybody. No, I'm fine, Red. Don't worry about me. I just get nosebleeds every once in a while. It's just a thing that happens. Well, it didn't just start bleeding, Haretsu. I muted the microphone to sneeze, and sneezing and blowing my nose are what caused it. No, Kay, not serious ones. Hey, Red, welcome! I'm just a little bit more susceptible to them than most other people, Kay. How are you doing, Red? It's great to see you. I'm fine, guys. Don't worry about me. It's nothing major. Absolutely nothing major. Redacted, there was one other suggestion I wanted to give you for stream snacks. And it was, if you are interested in trying a more traditional German/Scandinavian type of snack, I would like to give you a very quick recipe for something very easy. Whose main ingredient you can buy actually in a can. Let me just find you one with good images. Here we go. I'll actually give you two. I'll give you the German variant of this, and I'll give you the Jewish variant. Let's see. Bear with me just a moment. Here we go. All right. So, redacted. Here is the Jewish variant of this. Red, it's great to see you. How are you doing? And let me now give you the, let me give you the more German-style recipe for this. Or a more German-style recipe. And actually, it looks like I can give you the Swedish one as well. Let's see. So this is the more Scandinavian preparation. Redacted. I'm doing all right, thanks, Red. Definitely glad to be streaming. And enjoying everyone's company in the meantime. So there you go, Redacted. That ought to hold you over for a little while for stream snacks. I hope. Oh no, Red, that sucks. What happened? Did one of the internet lines get blown down or something? Fantastic, Redacted. I definitely look forward to hearing what kind of results you get. Yeah, Red, I actually just picked up a couple of uninterruptible power supplies. Well, I say I just picked them up. They just arrived yesterday after I'd been waiting for them from Amazon for about 3 weeks. But... Oh, Empress! I'm glad to hear that somebody else appreciates, a nice lox with cream cheese and capers and dill and all the good stuff. Oh, it had just cut in and out. I gotcha. That sucks. Yeah, Redacted, we do. Amazon.de. Although we can also get some stuff from Amazon.co.uk here as well. Well, good on you, Moth. Fish is great. Oh, yeah, that's a pain, Red. That's definitely not sustainable. I can understand why you'd have had to end the stream. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Hopefully tomorrow things will have calmed down and your internet will be more stable. Redacted, Boss Coffee is a Japanese brand. I've never seen it outside Japan. No worries, Devilish. I know what I need to do for quite a while. I've still got 5 more of these bonus dungeons to go. So... Well, Red, we can blame Sony for the fact that you have to stream from a PS4. Or rather, for how bad PS4 streaming is. Really, Redacted, I've never gone out of my way to look for it in Germany, so I definitely haven't seen it here. But, I've only ever heard of it being available in Japan. So I guess they've gotten around. Oh, that sucks, Red. Although under the circumstances, I guess, delivering a graphics card probably is not the Postal Service's first priority. The Doctor, as for your question of what brand cast iron skillet you should get, generally any brand that is well reviewed and where the reviews are certifiably genuine. The Doctor, let's run a quick check purely out of curiosity. Let's check Amazon. And let's narrow down our search a little bit. Let's see. Amazon Prime, yes. Sort by average customer rating, 4 stars and up. Sort by average customer review. Aha! So, the Doctor, I'm gonna tiny URL this for you because this is an enormous link. So, take a look at the items that come up in that search. Red, probably because it's being shipped from China. If you ordered a capture card, it'll have been manufactured in China, so that will explain why it's taking so long to get to you. Yeah, Redacted, I need to do some shopping again, too. I'm already out of the stuff I bought. Granted, I only got a week's worth of stuff because I was in a hurry, but... Well, Red, I needed a break from P5R. I need a little bit of variety in my life, you know? So, the Doctor, looking through the cast iron skillets in this search, it looks like they range anywhere between $24 and $50, depending upon the size and the quality and the manufacturer. I see one in particular, which is a 13.25-inch diameter pre-seasoned cast iron skillet from the Lodge brand. Which is $39. And I also see a 10.5-inch diameter square grill pan for $20. Oh, with a 15% off coupon, no less. So if you're looking for specifically a grill pan, the Doctor, This one seems like a really good deal. It's very well reviewed. And the reviews... The reviews are definitely written by real people and not by bots. There you go. Oh, it is coming from the US, Red? It might be that whomever shipped it went with the cheapest shipping option then. And we all know what's going on with the postal services these days. Everything is backed up. And pandemic supplies are being given priority. Rightfully, you know, as they should, but unfortunately that inevitably results in some inconvenience for the rest of us. As long as the shipment didn't flat out get lost, Red, it should be okay. All right. O great Hanella, goddess of air, admit me unto your sacred sanctum. Right, let's do it. This is going to be the wind dungeon, I guess. Slayer of the Ice Watch, huh? Oh, you do, warrior! Fantastic! Thank you for the heads up on that. Oh, if you're getting those updates, Red, then it's probably fine. It's just not moving as quickly as it ordinarily would under better circumstances. So don't despair. If you're still getting shipping updates, then everything is probably fine. Yeah, Red, I can relate. I definitely know the pain of waiting for new equipment and having to deal with crappy equipment in the meantime. But Red, just think about how happy you're going to be when it does arrive. Let's see, the Doctor. What do we have? Oh, this is another Lodge frying pan. Oh, it's a set. I see. Cast iron 5-piece bundle, black. Actually, let's see what comes in this. One preseason cast iron 5-piece set. So it looks like... Yeah, actually, the Doctor, this is a good deal. Because you get a cast iron pot with a lid. You get a couple of different skillets of various sizes. And you get a griddle pan. For $70, this is a great deal. Honestly, the Doctor, I might go for this if it weren't on American Amazon. Because that cast iron pot that comes with this, the Doctor, you can use that for braising. That'll function just like a Dutch oven. And then you've got your skillet, your pans. You've got that wide, thin, circular pan is a griddle pan. You can use that for making things like grilled cheese. This looks like a good deal for sure, the Doctor. Yeah, Basil, there are a few other missable scenes in the original FF7 as well. The scene with Zack and Cloud, the flashback scene, lots of people never go back into the basement of Shinra Mansion after they get Vincent, so they just never found it. Well, good, Red. I'm glad you at least have a little bit of time that you can dedicate to, you know, a little bit of extra personal grooming that you can be happy with. All right, let's just... Let's just set these guys to AI. No, Empress Moth, I'm talking about the flashback scene with not Vincent, with Cloud and Zack, where Zack fights all the Shinra soldiers. The scene that is the ending of Crisis Core, Empress Moth, that scene was originally in Final Fantasy VII, the PS1 version. But you had to go back into the basement of Shinra Mansion late in Disc 2 or Disc 3 in order to get that scene. Oh, I can't wait to see them, Red. Well, at least we've got these guys on the ropes. Overkill much? My God. Oh, that sucks, Basil. It's never any good when a guide leaves important things out. Or really when a guide leaves anything out. That's one of the reasons I've enjoyed working with Future Press, is that they actually care about the quality of their guides. They don't just rush them to production. So we always do our best to make sure that no important detail is omitted. Alright, and speaking of guides, let me refer to the loot table for this dungeon again, because this is Ndamasa Fortress. Okay, on the 4th descent, there's an enemy with the sword Enchiridion. And the boss here drops the fist and the crossbow manuals. Okay. Got it. Haunting Grounds. Yes, I have heard of it, Red. I've never played it, but a couple of my friends were into those kinds of games back in the day. A couple of my friends from high school, actually, who were super huge horror buffs. And a couple of them played Haunting Grounds. Oh, come on. Ah! Well read, sometimes being bad with horror can make it more entertaining for your audience. Sometimes what people really want to see is... What the? Sometimes what people really want to see is just you being scared out of your wits. Well, he's dead. Oh, they made you play Outlast 2? See, Red, that's why I don't let chat make me play anything. I'll listen to suggestions, but when I make a decision to play a game, it has to be because I actually want to. Otherwise, I just end up being miserable. And then the people who wanted me to play the game tend to turn on me and get upset that I'm not enjoying it. Had that happen a fair few times before, so these days I'm always really careful about what I play. Oh, it was free on PS Plus. Well, at least you had somebody to suffer through it with you, Red. Oh, aggravating but not really scary. That's unfortunate. Yeah, a lot of horror games don't seem to know how to do resource management, or else they just rely too heavily on jump scares. There are some common problems with horror games that you tend to see a lot, especially in older horror games. Some of the more intelligent and thoughtful developers are getting a bit better about it, but I mean, Capcom certainly has been doing a better job with it in recent years. And I've been hearing that people seem to be pretty well enjoying the Resident Evil 3 remake. Yeah, Red, it's frustrating when any little thing can kill you and you're constantly getting killed and losing progress. That definitely doesn't make for a fun experience. Empress, I think somebody might have mentioned Night Shift to me at some point in the past, because that name rings a bell, as does the fact that it's a Game Boy style game. It's a 2D side-scroller. Isn't it, Empress? Gold griffins, huh? Hippogriff, so of course non-recruitable. A horse with the head of an eagle and giant wings, able to fly with ease over rough terrain and changing elevations. Damn it, I sure would have liked to recruit one of these. Oh, gotcha, Red. Yeah, I did play the RE2 remake and it was fantastic. They really knocked that one out of the park. They did a great job with it. I think you'll really enjoy it, Red, even though it is... I mean, it's almost in some ways more of an action game than a horror game. Although I personally like that about it. I think the emphasis on the action gameplay rather than so much on the survival element really makes it more enjoyable to play. I think that's a step that they learned from Resident Evil 4. Although they've definitely improved the gameplay in the RE2 remake over the gameplay in RE4. Because there was some stuff in RE4 that was just incredibly wonky. Whereas RE2R just feels really good to play. The controls are responsive. The movement feels intuitive and natural, you know? Although I think they did say that they were considering adding options to use the original tank controls for the heathens and the nut jobs that, for whatever reason, still want to play like that. If you could believe that escort missions aren't fun, Red, yeah. But who would ever believe that? Right, Red, yeah. For all the things that Monster Hunter World does incredibly well, I mean, I don't know that you would necessarily call them escort missions, but the missions where you have to steal an egg and carry it without breaking it, those are a pain in the ass. Oh, Fennec, is Nick still playing Legend of Dragoon? Freaking, yeah, his internet is just awful. Mine isn't great either, mind you. It's one of the big national telecoms companies, but... Ha! Yeah, Red, they know. They know. Yeah, so Pat told me, Monotone. I don't know why developers insist on trying to include those kinds of quests in their games, even though almost nobody knows how to do them well. Honestly, Monotone, the best looking escort quest that I've seen in a long time, if ever, appears to be one of the escort quests in Final Fantasy XIV in the Shadowbringers DLC. Where the person that you're supposedly trying to escort ends up mostly escorting you because he's a mage who casts like super high tier spells, and the enemies that you run into along the way, he just spams like level 3 Aga magic and just kills everything. That's the only good way to do an escort quest, is when you're the one being escorted. The third straight week of Legend of Dragoon, Fennec? God, now I remember why I haven't played that game on stream. Yeah, Red, there are some goofy weapons in Monster Hunter World. I appreciate that, though. Yeah, Yeah, Monotone, the only good way to do an escort quest that I've ever seen is when the escort is not actually a liability, but you're the liability, and the escort is basically protecting you. Like, I would just love to see a game that has an escort quest that is that level of meta, where the person you're supposed to escort is like, yeah, well, we realize this is an escort quest, but we promise it's not gonna suck. And then you do the quest, and you're fighting all these high-level enemies, but the escort just kills them all. And the whole time thanks you for your protection. And then you get to the end of the quest, and the person you're escorting goes, see, that wasn't so bad, was it? Well, that's not 3 straight weeks, Fennec, but 11 days of just the same game in a row is, yeah. Oh, I see. It's the start of week 3 because he doesn't do week... Yeah, I gotcha, Fennec. I see. I thought you meant he'd done 11 consecutive days of Legend of Dragoon. Was there, Empress? That's another game I've never played, Phantasy Star. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Fennec. Yeah, that's rough. Well, I hope he's able to finish the game soon. Because that's a pretty lengthy game to begin with. Okay. So this next area is one that has a crafting manual I need. Oh, okay, Empress. Alright, what enemy am I looking for on this map? Lawful female human knight wielding a sword and shield at 316. Her, then. Yes, she is a lawful female knight wielding a sword and shield. So it is Arya who has the item I need. It might be a little bit like Fire Emblem Red, but Fire Emblem had very, very different systems from this. And frankly, the quality of life in this game, even though it has some major issues of its own, is far better than anything in Fire Emblem, especially the old Fire Emblem games. I haven't played Three Houses, so I don't know about that one, but... Yeah, a lot of the people I know who played Three Houses have really enjoyed it, Red. I've been hearing good things, but it's too much anime for me. Just too much of that Japanese aesthetic, too much of that cringy, deliberately overemphasized and repetitive dialogue and character interaction that assumes the player is blind and doesn't pay attention from the streams of it that I've watched. Oh, good. I'm glad the enemies down here drop various body parts. I'm sure I'll find a use for those. Well, Monotone, that's the point. Persona 5 is already about as much of that kind of stuff as I can take. And you've been there for streams when it's gotten really blatant, and I've gotten exasperated with it. But the gameplay in Persona, not the writing, is what keeps me coming back to it. Okay, that move hurts. Oh, you punk! Taking my item that was gonna be mine. I'll kill you for that. They are probably going to start going for that knight next. I don't doubt that you have, Monotone. Alright, we'll see how long I can safely let this go. Alright, he's dead. Yeah, Red, that's one of the things I hate about the design philosophy of the Persona games, is that they are designed around the idea that the player is not actually taking any active role in the story. The player is just an observer who needs to be spoon-fed everything. And so many Japanese games seem to feel this irresistible urge to forcibly spoon-feed everything to the player, when most people playing those games in the first place are smart enough not to need that. Alright. We're going to take over now, because we actually want to get rid of that mage, because he can cause a lot more trouble for us. Than any of the other units here can. Okay. Yeah, we'll hit her with Dark Weight, because I don't want to kill her just yet. Oh. I guess I missed one. Alright, yeah, we're gonna need to get somebody up there who can grab an item. Ryuji from his social link is what Jin means, Red. She's referencing the fact that, Ryuji gets a huge amount of character development in his social link that is never reflected in the main story, because the main story relies too heavily on Ryuji being an idiot in order to force the plot forward. Fennec, that's not true. This game and Final Fantasy Tactics are proof that that's not true. They both do an overall very good job of avoiding the really annoying, tropey Japanese writing that you tend to see in a lot of newer JRPGs. What? Okay. Damn it, I could have sworn I took her off of AI control. Oh, Red, that tired old debate. I don't really like any of the girls in P5 that much, Red. But if I had to pick one, I will pick Haru every time. Danger Floof Monotone, is that what people call her? Yeah, Sam, I'm saying if I had to pick from among the girls. Alright, come on. Please, please contain the item I need. Damn it! No, Empress, it's the, it's the chariot system, which lets you undo turns you've already done. I'm undoing the turn on which I kill her until I get the item that I need from her as a drop. But I need the item and not a card. Damn it. Well, that clearly isn't going to happen, so maybe this will. Nope. Okay. Red, we had just entered Mementos. After finishing, the 4th palace. No, the 5th. Hang on. No, the 4th. I was right originally. Hey, Jibbed, how you doing? Not exactly farming. There's a specific item I'm looking for, which is apparently a rare drop from a specific enemy on a specific map in a specific dungeon. And if that's not enough specificity for you, I'm having to re-roll the freaking drop RNG until she actually coughs up an item and not a damn card. Hey, Jib, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Alright, I guess we'll just have to repetrify her on this turn, because that's clearly not happening. The RNG does not want it. Alright, then. Oh, monotone. Get the hell out. Well, she is now, Red. I've weakened her already. Alright, come on. There we go. That's what I needed. Now we can finish the battle. Yeah, I actually consider myself fairly lucky that we haven't had to spend hours upon hours re-rolling for these drops. At the very least, the enemies that drop them seem to have a fairly limited loot table, and the actual drop rates on the items I need seem to be reasonably high. The only thing that's problematic is getting the RNG to cooperate enough that we actually get an item drop rather than just a card. Cover letter for what, Monotone? Your dissertation? I am servant to Hanala, goddess of air. You who would become a true oracle must face a trial. Defeat me and prove your... So this is literally just going to be a palette swap of a generic monster with the same dialogue in every one of these temples. And in that case, I might as well do the rest of these off-stream. Basil, it unlocks weapons that I can craft, which is really important in this game because the stuff that the shops stock is garbage. The only way to get good equipment in this game is to either acquire equipment from enemy drops after killing them, recruit enemies to your party, take their equipment, and then kick them, or craft it But the crafting recipes don't become available till pretty much the end of the game. They really hold out on you until nearly the very end before you actually start getting recipes for good equipment, or even the materials for some of the equipment that can be crafted in the early game recipes. Oh, gotcha, Monotone. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, good luck with the job hunt. I hope everything works out. I hope you're able to find something that you can tolerate doing. Alright, you wise-ass archer, you're gonna be the first. And you're gonna be the second. It was a crafting manual for swords, one-handed swords, Empress Moth. Oh, actually, the freaking boss is right here. He was kind enough to just... charge right into my range. That's the one, Jibbed. Right now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to make an in-battle save. It's not going to be quite as convenient to... well, we won't be able to use the chariot system to re-roll the drop, because the enemy that drops the items we need in this case is the boss, and when we kill him, the battle will end. However, fortunately, this boss only drops items and will not drop a card, as far as I can tell. Which means that every time we have to reload, we are at least guaranteed to get an item from him. $289. 260. Damn it, it's just a little too high. $299. I have an idea. A good one, really. We're gonna heal him a little, only so that he can withstand enough damage to bring him to low enough health that one more hit will kill him. There we go. Okay, yeah, this is good. And then we'll have to make another in-battle save again, because the previous one was in case I accidentally, or, you know, unwittingly got a critical hit on him and the battle just ended at that stage. But now that we've got his health down low enough that any hit will kill him, now we can start going for the items. Magnificent! Now, he should drop 2 crafting manuals and 2 spells. He did not drop any of the crafting manuals, which means... we return to the title screen, which fortunately is not that slow a process. And we load the in-battle data. Yeah, it's a damn good thing, Monotone, because otherwise it would be incredibly annoying to get these. I think the boss will always drop the 2 spells, But... Well, Red, part of the reason why is that I'm using a PS TV, and I've installed the game data to the hard drive, well, to the SD card. But under the hood, Red, this is basically just a Vita with no UMD slot. So all of the data that it's reading is solid-state data. And between that and installing the data onto the actual card, the load times are pretty quick. Yeah, Jibbed, I think the Vita had a little bit more than that, didn't it? Yeah, Monotone, it's one of those things that's easy to regret in hindsight, I guess. Yeah, he does not seem to want to drop these. Yeah, Jibbed, I got mine for, I think, the retail price of, at that time, 50 euros. It wasn't much. All things considered, especially given the quality of this little console. Damn. Well, we might have just gotten super lucky on the first attempt, because this looks like it's gonna be a little bit trickier. Yeah, Jibbed, I don't find myself really doing too much with handhelds anymore these days either. Well, really anything other than the PS TV. We need to get some people in a better position to be able to farm this, because this is going to be super inefficient otherwise. I guess that kind of counts, Red. I suppose. Ah. Should have figured. Yeah, Sam, I often found myself wishing that I could play some of my handheld games on a TV years ago. Which is one of the reasons I found that the PS TV worked out very well for my needs. Wow, Jib. Yeah, that's a tricky problem to have, but I guess it is a problem that a controller and an HDMI output port can solve. Is this just nothing but a group of wizards? That appears to be what's going on here. There we go. Get gone. And we'll get rid of this griffin. Actually, the bird that pulls Hanala's chariot across the sky, worshipped as a divinity who calls the strong winds that usher in the spring. Oh, okay. Vainateya, that sounds like something out of Hindu mythology. There we go. Just picking them off one by one. Oh, come on. Alright, fine. What about him? Yeah, that works. Huh. Yeah, Red, Jibbed is correct, and I'm also... I'm killing the small enemies because they're spamming status ailments on me that are making it very annoying to position myself in such a way that I can vary the procedural RNG in order to hopefully force the drops that I need from this boss. I also am going to need my party members not bound, because they're going to need to be able to move. Yeah, see, that crap is why... Because these jerks are just spamming moves that are making it very difficult for me to do my job. And that are causing me to have to waste turns removing the debuff. There we go, that's good. The regular griffins in here do drop items that I can also put to good use. They drop beast hides. Alright. You can die. And in this case, it won't matter if all the other enemies on the map are dead. Ordinarily, I would have to leave one other enemy alive in order to keep the battle going so that I could farm the boss, but because the items I need in this instance drop from the boss, the battle is going to end anyway when I kill him, so there's no reason not to get rid of the small fry. And ideally, I want to be able to move my archers to a range where they can have the most possible vantage points on the boss, because every different tile I move an archer to from which to shoot the boss will give me another chance of rolling RNG that causes the boss to drop both items. In some ways, it's irritating to have to do it like this, but in other ways, I'm really glad that I can make an in-battle save and not have to just repeat the whole battle if the boss doesn't drop what I need. Well, Red, by getting this out of the way now, I will prevent myself from having to come back here during another playthrough or to warp back here during the chapter system in order to get these items. So it seems like a pain, but it's actually going to end up saving me time in the end. Oh, the freaking boss grabbed my item now. Damn it. Of course, we can't petrify him. Oh, we can silence him, though, for some reason. I don't even know if that'll do any good. I don't know if he can actually still use his moves when he's silenced, but... Oh, and of course I can't bind him. None of the really good moves that you would want to be able to use on him will work. What's up, the Doctor? You've got another question? One of those or the other. Let's see. Ah, a chainmail scrubbing pad. Okay. And the other one is... you know, are you thinking of using these for cast iron, the Doctor? Is it your intent to use these to clean cast iron skillets? Okay, the doctor, you don't want to use chainmail scrubbies on cast iron. What I recommend instead, use these. No problem, Monotone. Good night. Get some rest. Take care of yourself. And the doctor, the reason why is because if you use any kind of metal or steel wool, first of all, it will eventually corrode your pan, but more importantly, and more immediately, it will ruin the season on your pan. And what I'm going to do here, the doctor, is yes, the doctor, and here's why. I'm going to give you links to a couple of articles on how to take care of your cast iron cookware. Make absolutely sure you read through these and familiarize yourself with their contents. So there you go, the doctor. And I'm going to give you this one as well. Well, Fennec, it's more like... The thing is, the doctor... Cast iron is porous. It has tiny little microscopic holes in its surface. And whatever you put in the pan will collect in the pores of the cast iron. So when you get it the first time, it won't usually have any kind of pre-seasoning on it. Some of them are pre-seasoned, and you can wash those with soap the first time to make sure that they're completely clean. But once you've washed them with soap the first time, most professionals recommend never using soap on them again. Because what happens with the pan, with seasoning the pan, is the natural oils and fats from whatever you cook in the pan, as they cook onto the surface, they form a protective layer that, that preserves the cast iron, and that also helps to prevent things from sticking to it. And if you use steel wool or any kind of really harsh plastic scrubs, you will strip the season. Yeah, those are pre-seasoned, the doctor. So the most you're probably going to want to do is rinse them out with water and clean them off with a sponge or a dry cloth. But if you use steel wool, you'll still destroy the surface of your cookware, and you'll also strip the seasoning on it. No problem, Red. Enjoy. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's always great to see you. So, the doctor, follow the instructions. I know the second article says it's okay to use soap, but personally I wouldn't. Because even though soap on a seasoned pan, people, there's some debate about that. If nothing else, it will still wash away your seasoning. So follow the instructions there, the doctor, and I personally recommend using the sponges that I linked to you there, because those are much gentler, they're nowhere near as abrasive, and they also have just a regular sponge side that you can use after just routine cooking. You can wipe the pan down with the sponge, rinse it out with some water, and then dry it off with a dry cloth. And that's all you need to do with it. It'll preserve your seasoning. Fantastic deal for under 100, the doctor, especially from that brand. Like, ordinarily, the pieces in that set would individually go for $25 or $30 each. That's a 5-piece set. Technically, it's a 4-piece set because the pot and the lid are counted as separate pieces. But you're paying far less per piece by buying that set than you would if you were to buy each piece of it individually. So it's absolutely a good deal for under $100. If you were to get those individually, the Doctor, you'd probably pay $150 for that whole set. Especially from a recognized brand like Lodge. So, educate yourself with the information I provided you about how to properly care for your cast iron cookware, the Doctor, and make sure you only use gentle sponges and cloths on it. And yeah, Normal Guy is correct. If you lose the seasoning on your cast iron cookware, you can re-season it, but it takes a long time and a lot of actual cooking. Like, you have to cook with them multiple times over a long period of time in order to restore the seasoning on them. All right. I need to spread everyone out a little bit more before I'll be able to start re-rolling. And it looks like he doesn't want to get very far away from me, so... Damn it, that was mine! No problem, the Doctor. Congrats! As long as you take good care of them, they will serve you well, and they'll last practically forever. If I turn my back to him with denim, he'll probably... Yep, he sure will. Perfect. Okay. Now I can create a fresh in-battle save. Yeah, Normal Guy, if you're gonna do that, you have to apply only a very, very thin layer of oil. The mistake I seem to see most people making when they're seasoning or reseasoning a pan in that manner is they use too much oil, and the oil just coagulates and turns into glue. Well, keep an eye on it, the Doctor, and make sure you nab one as soon as it's in stock. Hopefully it'll still be on sale by then. We got one of them. We got the fist, but I need two. This guy is supposed to drop... Supposed to drop the fist and the crossbow. Although it looks like there's some overlap here. Holy hell, the boss of Zoshanel Temple drops four freaking crafting recipes. This is some rushed-ass game design. Locking all the recipes behind the bosses of these temples. Yeah, normal guy. You almost have to just use one of the kitchen brushes to just brush on a very thin layer of oil. Oh, I know the doctor. I know how Amazon does that. I understand how that works. Well, we got the crossbow. We really ought to have both, especially considering that the boss of one of the other temples drops one of them. And if we can eliminate it from his loot table, then there'll be a higher chance of him dropping the others that I need from him. Oh yeah, Jin, kitchen brushes are definitely handy for those. There are two routes you can go, Jin. You can get one of the traditional hair brushes, and you can also opt for, and this is what I use, I prefer the kitchen grade silicone brushes. God, I'm just glad these guys can't randomly drop cards. It's enough of a hassle re-rolling for the drops, but... yeah, there's one. Yeah, Jin, the silicone ones are the easiest to find now, because they're pretty much the most common ones that are on sale. And they require less maintenance, and they also don't run the risk of leaving hairs in your food. Because if a bristle from a silicone brush is missing, you'll know it immediately just from looking at it. Plus, they're easier to clean. Okay, good night, Sam. Have a good one. Get some rest. Ah, pots and pans are always helpful, Jin, for sure. There we go. Excellent. We did get them both. Perfect. Honestly, that could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. So now we are bloody well gonna save. Huh. And actually, actually. Yeah, Hazard, it's a good thing, isn't it? I've got some food in my fridge that I'm looking forward to as well. And actually, to that end, I think I need to go get some dinner. So what we're going to do at this juncture is we're going to go raid my buddy Nick over on the Bitterbits channel, who is finishing up, if he's lucky, Legend of Dragoon. It looks like he's back on. So guys, let's go show Nick some love. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate everyone coming to hang out. I think I'm going to try to get the rest of these dungeons done off camera, because they look like they're just copy-pastes of each other, and there's literally no storyline, events, or anything else in these dungeons. So thank you all so much for joining me, and I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Catch you all then. Yeah, we'll cross our fingers, Jin. Take care, everybody.